Book 1. You open the case. They buried. You never meant to dig up the past. Not this far. Not this deep. But the letter landed on your desk with an urgency that paper shouldn't carry. Thin stationery. Firm words. My mother was innocent. She was convicted. She died without a voice. I want you to give it back to her. Carla Lemarchand. 21. Poised, composed, and staring straight through you the day she walked in. She had her mother's eyes, and maybe her mother's secrets. The case, famous. The Crail murder. Amyas Crail. Celebrated painter, dead of quinine poisoning. Wife tried. Wife convicted. Wife dead within a year of a prison cell closing. Caroline Crail. The name still tastes like ash in judicial records. You sit back, the weight of years pressing against the room's silence. Files yellowed with time. Headlines screaming for justice in fonts too bold for truth. You've read them all, but it's not the case that draws you in. It's the uncertainty. Aman Marchi, and the girl who looks at you like you're the last thread she can tug before the past fully unravels. You pick up the photograph, the only one in her envelope. Caroline, late 20s, sharp cheekbones, unreadable mouth. A woman who either murdered her husband or didn't say anything while someone else did. Poirot watches from the chair beside yours, as still as marble. He doesn't move, but you feel his attention like heat. She was convicted. Mon ami, he says quietly. The evidence was clear, but then so are shadows until you walk into them. You nod. We reopen it. You say, not for the court, for the truth. Poirot closes his eyes, and the past begins to breathe. You start with the old names. 5 people who were there. 5 people who built the framework of guilt. Philip Blake. Best friend. Financier. Loyal to Amyas. Meredith Blake. Older brother. Chemist. Recluse. Angela Warren. Half-sister of Caroline. Sharp-tongued. Scarred. Elsa Greer, the muse. Young and dangerously adored. Cecilia Williams. The governess. Quiet. Watchful. Moral as stone. 5 little pigs. As Caroline once called them in a bitter letter, 5 little pigs went to market. You remember the rhyme. But here, it's more than a nursery tale. It's a map. You reach for the files, police reports, testimonies, trial records. You're not looking for contradictions, yet not directly. You're listening for silences, because the truth doesn't always scream. Sometimes it forgets to speak. The last item in the envelope is a sealed note, written by Caroline in prison before she died. Carla hasn't read it. She wants you to read it first. You open it. The paper trembles in your hand, not from nerves, but from weight. I loved Amyas. I hated what he became, but I did not kill him. I watched someone else do it, and I said nothing. I was tired, and I wanted him gone. That makes me guilty. Perhaps, but not of murder. You stare at the ink. It's old. It's honest. Or maybe it's just tired of lying. Poirot leans in. You see, my friend, even guilt can be misdiagnosed. You take the first breath you didn't know you were holding. This isn't just a case anymore. This is a confession without a name. And you're about to find the voice behind it. 2. You find the portrait he shouldn't have painted. The studio smells like oil and time. You step into it late in the day. Dust catching the slant of fading light through high windows. Meredith Blake, older brother, chemist turned hermit, has kept the place sealed for years, but he lets you in. Not out of kindness, but resignation. People don't paint what they see. He mutters, unlocking the door. They paint what they're afraid to lose. You're not sure if he's talking about Amyas or himself. Inside, canvases line the walls like unfinished memories. Landscapes, nudes, violent colors struggling to stay beautiful. And in the center, draped in moth-bitten cloth, the painting. The one Caroline never saw, the one no gallery ever hung. You pull the cloth back, and there she is. Not Caroline. Not Elsa Greer either. This woman, she's softer. Shadows round her eyes, but her mouth curves in a way that makes you uneasy. Like she knows something about you, like she's waiting for you to figure it out. The signature at the bottom right corner is unusual. A. Crail. E. H. You step closer. The letters are delicate, almost shy. Not part of the painting. Not a title. Initials, Poirot. Standing behind you. Breathes in slowly. Not Greer. Not Caroline. And yet, a third woman. You turn to Meredith. Who was she? He shrugs. No one ever asked. Everyone assumed it was Elsa. She was the face of that summer. But Amyas, he painted other things when no one watched. You know the type. Painters who don't paint for glory. They paint to confess. You look again. The woman's dress is unfinished, but around her neck a thin string of pearls. A single one missing. You freeze. You've seen that necklace. Or rather, what's left of it, catalogued in the evidence box from the day of the murder, found under a window. At the time, attributed to Caroline, a broken piece of sentimentality. But now, you take a photo of the painting. Then, back at the station, you compare it to the crime scene image. They match. Same size, same cut, same missing pearl. Poirot says nothing. He lets the silence become answer. You're looking at someone who wasn't supposed to exist. Someone who stood in that house, wore that necklace, and left through a door no one was watching. You flip the painting around, search the back. Just one mark, a penciled word, nearly erased. Elise. A name. Not Caroline. Not Elsa. Not a pig in the rhyme. Someone outside the story. Until now. You close your notebook, heart pacing with the realization that the case isn't just old. It's incomplete. And the woman in the portrait, she's been waiting to be remembered. 3. You listen to the woman who was chosen too late. You meet her in a glass house. Elsa Greer, now Lady Didisham, sits among orchids that bloom too perfectly to be trusted. Her hair's still the same gold it was in newspaper clippings from 16 years ago. But there's something in her face that wasn't there before, a tightness around the mouth. Like she's learned to clench every word before it escapes. She smiles when you ask to talk about Amyas Crail. People never forget an artist's death, she says, but they do forget his muse. You sit across from her, notebook open, recorder off. You loved him. You say, I did. You were going to marry him. You were the reason his wife killed him. She doesn't flinch. That's the scariest part. I was the reason Caroline couldn't pretend anymore. You let that hang in the air like cigarette smoke. She lights one, exhales slowly. He painted me the way men dream of women, as if I didn't bleed or age or breathe too loudly. Just lines and light and lust, but it wasn't enough. He never promised me a future. I just took the silence as a yes. You ask about the day he died. Elsa recalls it like a script. He was painting in the garden. Caroline brought the beer. She said something sharp. He ignored her. He sipped it, kept working. I stood for him the way I always did. Still, patient, worshipful. Then he dropped. She looks out the window. Her reflection stares back harder than you do. People think love means ownership. I didn't want to own Amias. I just wanted to be the only one who mattered. That's all. And when he died, I screamed. I was 17. Girls scream when men fall. She doesn't mention the part where she found the painting he'd been working on and saw it wasn't her. You lean in. Do you remember a woman named Elise Hartman? That name changes something. Not her eyes, not her lips, but her fingers. They twitch just once. No, she says, too quickly, too smooth. Poirot's voice, calm and quiet behind you, slips through the orchids. Then why is your name not signed under the painting? Elsa stands. This interview is over. You leave with more than you came for. Not answers, but the sound of silence trying too hard to be convincing. And the feeling that you've just knocked on a door no one wanted you to find. 4. You walk the grounds where motives grow. The garden hasn't changed much in 16 years. That's the first lie you tell yourself, because everything has changed except the soil that's soaked in the truth. You step through the side gate of the Creil estate with Poirot at your side. The manor looms behind you like an accusation left unanswered. Ahead, rows of overgrown shrubs, wild camellias, and the sun-bleached skeleton of what once passed for order. This was Amias Creilly's studio in the open, the place where he painted, drank, seduced, and died. You stand where the easel once was, marked on the police photos by red string and chalk. The sun would have hit him from the left. The view would have been of Elsa reclining in the garden chair, too close to innocence. Too far from it to be believed. Poirot bends over a patch of gravel. Observe, he says softly, pointing to faint divots in the dirt. This is where the bench stood, where the beer was delivered. The poison came in that bottle. You imagine Caroline walking toward Amias, carrying the glass. She doesn't run. She doesn't whisper. She doesn't plead. She just hands him the thing that will kill him. If she did it, you cross to the wisteria archway near the north path. The camera had caught a single frame of Caroline standing there hours before the murder, hands clenched behind her back, facing away from the house, like someone watching for something or someone. You kneel and push aside the ivy at the base of the brick wall. There it is. A rusted latch, a side gate. You check the hinges, newer than they should be. Someone's been using it. Poirot joins you. This was never examined, you say. No, because no one believed anyone else was there. He brushes dirt off his sleeve and looks toward the tangle of fruit trees that borders the property. The old orange grove. Back then, it had been flourishing. Now it's wild and quiet. Too quiet. Poirot walks into this grove, and you follow. Underfoot. The ground is uneven. Roots push up like fingers, trying to claw out of something forgotten. And then you see it. A single pearl, half sunken in soil. Poirot lifts it with his handkerchief. Eyes narrowed. Innocent things do not hide, he murmurs. They don't fall far from their owners. You remember the broken necklace found near the studio. Supposedly Caroline's. But this pearl doesn't match. Different size, different sheen. Someone else was here. Someone who left behind just enough to be overlooked. As you head back toward the house, the sun dips low, casting long shadows across the garden. They stretch toward the place Amyas Creole died, like the past reaching out to remind you. You haven't unearthed everything yet. 5. You open her drawer and find a warning. The drawer sticks, not from rust, from memory. It takes a firm pull to unseal it, the wood creaking like a whisper held too long. Caroline Creole's old vanity is smaller than you expect. The mirror is cracked, the silver tarnished, her life reduced to a few letters, a perfume bottle still holding the ghost of lavender, and a locked compartment in the back. You didn't expect anything to be left after 16 years. But her sister Angela kept the furniture, boxed up in an attic she never enters. She says she kept it out of guilt. You think she kept it out of fear. The lock clicks open with the second key Poirot found wedged under the drawer lining. Inside, the compartment holds a single folded scrap of paper, yellowed, stained, delicate at the edges like a dead leaf. You unfold it slowly. It's not signed. The handwriting is rushed, sharp, slanted. Don't believe him. Don't let him promise you the world. He's already sold it to someone else. There's a smear on the edge, ink or tears. You can't tell. You hold the paper out to Poirot. He reads it once, then again. This wasn't for Amyas, he says. You agree. It was about him, and it wasn't meant for Caroline either. This is the kind of note passed in a hallway, slipped under a door, written at 2 a.m. when rage overtakes restraint. You remember Elsa Greer's interview, the way her fingers twitched when you mentioned Elise Hartman? You remember the signature on the back of the painting E.H. You remember the pearl in the orchard. And now, you hold a warning that doesn't belong to any of the 5 known players. She wrote this. You say, your voice low, Elise, to Elsa or to Caroline. Perhaps both. Poirot murmurs. Perhaps it was meant to fall into the wrong hands. You look at the mirror above the drawer, even cracked. It reflects enough. You see Caroline standing over it, her hands trembling not from guilt, but from betrayal. She might have read this, or she might have hidden it away the moment she realized what it meant that Amyas had lied to more than one woman, and that one of them wasn't going to forgive him for it. You look at the note again. There's something different about the way it's written. Each line starts with a sharp upward stroke. You've seen that before. In Elise's old letters to an art dealer, archived in a gallery Poirot tracked down, she had a habit of stabbing the page, like trying to anchor emotion before it drifted away. This is her, and this is a threat. You fold the paper carefully, put it in an evidence sleeve. The truth isn't just in what was said, it's in who was never asked to speak. And the deeper you go, the louder the silence becomes. Qui seigneurie. Qui sont become ma pain. 6. You discover a woman without a name. You've spent days chasing shadows, but today, one stares back. You sit in the archive room of the Royal Art Society, fingers numb from flipping catalog pages no one's touched in years. Poirot is across from you, quiet as always, but his gaze tracks every detail, every comma, every absence. And then you find it, a listing from 1938, Study in firelight. A. Crayle Private Commission. Model listed only as E.H. The painting never reached the gallery floor. Sold privately. Buyer anonymous. No exhibition record. No follow-up. You press the archivist. She shrugs. Happens with affairs. Artists don't always document the women they shouldn't have been painting. You take a copy of the record and leave. It's Elise Hartman. It has to be. She's been the ghost in every room, the signature no one could place. The face behind a pearl necklace. The name no one dares to speak aloud. But why? Why erase her? Back at your temporary flat, you lay everything out. The painting from Meredith's house, the pearl in the orchard, the unsigned letter, and now the catalog page. A woman woven through a murder, but missing from the narrative. Poirot stands by the window, watching the rain crawl down the glass. She wasn't a lover, he says suddenly. Not like Elsa. She wasn't a wife, not like Caroline. And she wasn't family. So no one had to remember her. You nod slowly. She didn't belong in the story they told. And that, he replies, makes her more dangerous than all of them. You dig deeper. Elise Hartman, French, studied in England. Background sparse. No family, no marriage record, no obituary. One reference in a 1935 art magazine, the elusive Miss Hartman, known for assisting Crayle in color preparation and preliminary sketches, never took credit. Never took credit. Or maybe never got it. You make calls. Old gallery owners, retired painters, former critics. Most don't remember her. One does. An old woman in a Brighton care home. Once an assistant to another painter from the era. Elise, she says, eyes distant. Yeah. Quiet. Wore scarves all the time. Always cold. Even in summer. She used to hum while mixing paint, like she was keeping herself company. You ask what happened to her. The woman shrugs. She left. After Amyas died. Vanished. No forwarding address. No goodbyes. You thank her. But you don't feel grateful. You feel watched. And you realize something. In every case you've ever worked, the loud ones get questioned. The angry ones get blamed. But the ones who vanish, they leave space behind them. And sometimes, that's where the truth hides. 7. You hear the lie that never made it to court. Philip Blake was the one who never flinched. Banker. Confidant. The kind of man who said Caroline did it before the coroner had zipped the body bag. His words rang loud, clean, certain. But today, his certainty falters. You find him in his office, tall windows, leather chairs, the scent of money worn into the floorboards. He's aged into his arrogance. Graying temples, polished shoes, the kind of man who wears guilt like cologne, faint, expensive, deniable. He agrees to the meeting out of civility, not interest. You ask him about Amyas. Best man I knew, he says without blinking. And Caroline was poison. You can quote me. I'm not a reporter. You reply. And you've already been quoted. In court, under oath. That gets a flicker. Not fear, not yet. Just annoyance. You slide a single sheet across the desk. A train schedule. June 1939, just days before the murder. You testified you were in London that weekend. This says otherwise. He looks at the paper, then up at you. That old school confidence wavers just a degree. I had business on the coast. He says, "You didn't mention it in court. I wasn't asked." You lean forward. You took the 6:15 back to the Crail estate the night before Amyas died. You stayed in the gardener's cottage, the one Meredith used to lend out. You were there. You saw something. His lips tighten. I saw nothing that wasn't proven. Caroline gave him the beer. He drank it. He died. End of story. But you went back after swearing you wouldn't? Why? Silence. Then a murmur, because I thought he'd changed his mind. You wait. About what? About leaving Caroline. About Elsa. He talked like she was everything. But then he started another painting. One he didn't tell anyone about. Elise. He doesn't answer, but he doesn't deny it either. You press harder. What did you see? Philip. He looks out the window. I saw a man who was done with his marriage and his mistress. He wanted something quiet. Someone who didn't demand, who didn't scream, who just stood still and let him be. And that threatened you. I didn't kill him, but you lied. He shrugs. I protected the man I knew. That's not lying. That's loyalty. You leave the office and step into the street. The sound of traffic swallowing your thoughts. Poirot joins you at the corner. He saw more than he could admit to himself. He says softly, "And when the woman in the shadows became too real, he rewrote the story." You nod. He wasn't just protecting Amyas. He was protecting the version of events that let him sleep at night. The truth, that would have kept him awake forever. 8. You follow the voice that shouldn't exist. You don't expect the real to survive. 16 years is enough to erase sound, melt tape, dull memory. But Meredith Blake surprises you. In his cluttered study, beneath layers of moth-eaten paper and dried-out herbs, he finds a labeled box he never dared throw away. Amyas. Studio. June 1939. He hands it over, like a priest offering communion. I only recorded it because I wanted to test my dictation machine. Thought I might take up memoir writing, he mutters. Didn't expect it to hold that. You carry the reel back to your flat, heart quickening with something colder than anticipation. The machine groans to life, the hiss of silence. Then static. Then laughter. Amyas Crail. Alive. His voice is brash, bored, booming in the open air. Hold that pose. Don't smile. I'm not painting your happiness. Darling, I'm painting your hunger. You close your eyes. Let the sound fill the room. Then a second voice, a woman, not Caroline, not Elsa, not Angela. Accent clipped, French inflection, low, steady. You paint what you want, but it doesn't make it true. The tape crackles. Amyas again. Elise, for God's sake, let's not do this now. I am not a footnote. Amyas. Not again. She says his name like she's grinding it under her heel. Then something falls. A canvas. A brush. You can't tell. Another voice joins Elsa's. High, irritated. Who the hell is she? Why is she still here? The reel jumps, then static. It cuts off. No ending. No resolution. Just proof. Proof. Elise Hartman was there. Not rumor. Not suggestion. Recorded. Documented. Buried. You rewind it 3 times. Each time, the voices sound closer, as if time is giving them permission to speak again. Poirot doesn't speak until the 3rd listen. She was more than a muse. He says, you nod. She was a threat. To whom? To everyone. You archive the file. Back it up 3 times. This isn't circumstantial. This is presence. She argued with him. She was angry. She was dismissed. She had motive. You stare at the machine as it hums into silence. The past just grew teeth. And the woman they all pretended not to see, she just spoke loud enough to change everything. 9. You see the woman behind the curtain. Photographs don't lie. But they don't always tell the truth either. You sit in the evidence room with a magnifying glass and a stack of glossy black and white prints, crime scene photographs, taken minutes after Amyas Crail's body collapsed into stillness. His face already twisted into the contortions of death. Most of the images are familiar. Amyas sprawled in his deck chair, beer bottle overturned, the half-finished canvas brushstroke frozen mid-murder, Elsa in the background, mouth open in shock. Caroline, impassive, unsmiling. You've seen them all. Oh, you should get your saw. But one photo, a wide shot of the veranda facing the French windows, draws your eye. The shadows in the curtains. You squint. Poirot leans in, his breath quiet but tense. There are 5 people known to be on the property. But the shadow behind the curtain, that makes 6. It's not an illusion. The silhouette is tall, angled to the side, arms slightly raised like someone listening, not moving, not wanting to be seen. The shape doesn't match any of the known suspects. And the curtain, it was drawn from the inside, which means whoever was standing there was already in the house. Poirot traces the edge of the silhouette with a gloved fingertip. She watched, perhaps for a moment, perhaps for much longer. She didn't come forward. You murmur, no, because she wasn't meant to be seen. You check the original negatives. The shadow's still there. No trick of light. No double exposure. Someone was behind the curtain at the moment Amyas died, and none of the statements mention her. Not Caroline, not Elsa, not Angela, Philip, or Meredith. Because to mention her would mean admitting they knew, and to admit they knew means someone else knew she had reason to kill. You dig deeper into the photo logs. A name jumps out. D. Thwaite, the original crime scene photographer. Retired. Rural address. You call him. He remembers the case. You're the first person to ask about the curtain. He says, I thought it was odd, but they told me not to worry. Said all the witnesses were accounted for. Did you believe that? A pause. No. But in those days, we didn't ask twice, especially when the dead man was famous and the killer was his wife. You hang up. The facts have shifted again. There was a 6th person at the scene. She wasn't in court. She wasn't in the papers. But she saw something. And maybe she did something. The curtain flutters in your mind now, like a veil lifting slowly from a face you're not ready to see. Roline Crail was guilty. 10. You dig where they forgot to look. The orange grove whispers now. It didn't 16 years ago. Then it screamed color and warmth. The kind of place lovers disappear into when they think no one's watching. But now it murmurs. You walk the overgrown path with a spade in hand, and Poirot silent behind you. It's early morning, mist curling low, the trees casting long shadows even before noon. You return to the spot where the pearl turned up in the dirt. You dig. Not like a detective, like a grave digger. 5 inches down, your spade hits something soft. Rotten fabric. Poirot crouches, hands gloved. Together, you unearth it. A satchel, weathered leather, cracked. You pry it open slowly. Inside, water-damaged sketchbooks, a dried-up lipstick, and something wrapped in a silk scarf. Fake that. You unfold the cloth. A small, rusted silver locket. No chain. Inside, 2 photos. One of Elise Hartman. The other, a baby. Your breath sticks. Poirot reads the inscription aloud. The lettering faint. Pour mon cœur qui grandit loin de moi. For my heart that grows far from me. You sit back in the mud, the wind knocking through the grove like a door slamming shut. Elise had a child. Amias's, you don't know, but someone knew. And someone buried this here not just to hide it, but to make sure it wouldn't be found until it was too late. You check the sketchbook. Page after page of quick charcoal drawings, studies of Elsa, Caroline, Amias, and one sketch labeled only A, the child. Wide-eyed, unsmiling, a date June 10th, 2 days before the murder. She had brought the child to the estate. No one mentioned it, not once. You stand, blood rushing behind your eyes. You've been chasing motive, opportunity, lies. But what if the reason wasn't love, or jealousy, or revenge? What if it was protection, a child, a secret, a man who saw both as distractions? You glance back at Poirot. She wasn't threatening to take Amias away from Caroline or Elsa. You say, she was threatening to expose something that would ruin him. And that, he says softly, is a motive no court dares to print. You bag the satchel. The grove watches. And for the first time in 16 years, it gives up one of its dead. 11. You hear the confession that was never meant for you. It's not in the files, not in the trial records, not in the archives. It's hidden in the back of a book. Poirot finds it. His fingers trail along the cracked spine of an old volume of Baudelaire, shelved in Meredith Blake's sitting room. He opens it, pauses, then calls you over. Tucked inside the hollowed-out pages is an envelope, faded, sealed, addressed to E. H. No postage, no return. Inside a letter, handwritten. Amias's script. You recognize the slant, the arrogance in the strokes. You read it slowly. Elise, you always wanted the truth. So here it is. You were never a distraction. You were the only moment of stillness in a world that demanded everything from me. Caroline wanted my legacy. Elsa wanted my name. You wanted nothing but to be near me, and that frightened me more than all the rest. I see the child's eyes, and I know they are mine. I won't run. I swear it. Let me finish this painting. After that, I'll come to you. I'll leave them all behind. No more lies. You sit back. He knew. He admitted it. He was the father, and he was planning to walk away from Caroline, from Elsa, from everything that built him into a legend, to start again. With Elise and the child, you feel the sting of realization tighten behind your ribs. He didn't get the chance, because the moment he finished that painting, the lies caught up. You study the handwriting. This was never sent. He hid it. Maybe he was afraid. Maybe he changed his mind. Or maybe someone else found it before Elise ever could. Poirot folds the letter carefully, eyes clouded. It was never about the women. He says, it was about the truth they held in their hands, the truths that could unmake the man. You remember Elsa's fury, Caroline's silence, Philip's loyalty, Angela's resentment, and somewhere in the middle, Elise, who asked for nothing but truth and was given betrayal wrapped in affection. Someone wanted this letter buried. Someone needed the world to believe Amyas Creole died for love, not for shame. You close the book. Truth is heavy. And now that you're holding it, you realize it might still be dangerous. 12. You uncover the motive they all shared. You've spoken to them all, one by one, in their drawing rooms and gardens and shuttered pasts. 5 witnesses, 5 versions of the same summer, all clean on the surface, all rotten underneath. And though, with the letter in your pocket and Elise Hartman's name stitched through every corner of the forgotten truth, you see it. They all had motive, every last one of them, not to kill Amyas Creole out of jealousy, or rage, or revenge, but to bury Elise. She wasn't just the woman he painted. She was the one who threatened the scaffolding they all stood on. Caroline, the wife with nothing left but dignity. Elise's presence shattered that, turning her marriage from tragedy to farce. Elsa, the mistress who thought she'd won. Elise turned her into a footnote, a passing phase. Philip, the devoted friend who protected Amyas's myth. Elise was the myth breaker. Angela, the teenage sister too bitter to be innocent. Elise saw through her cruelty, called it by name. Meredith, the recluse who watched from windows. Even he knew Elise wasn't supposed to stay, but she did, and she brought the child with her. And Amyas, brilliant. Arrogant Amyas was ready to throw them all away for the one person who asked for nothing. That morning, each of them saw what he was painting. Not Elsa, not Caroline, Elise. And each of them realized, in their own quiet moment, she had already won. So they turned inward, closed ranks, muted her name from every testimony. Let Caroline swing for the murder, because her silence bought them peace. No one lied outright. They just didn't remember her. They erased her like she was an unwanted brushstroke. Poirot places 5 names in a circle on your notepad, one in the center E, and beneath it, the word erased. You speak the thought aloud. They didn't kill Amyas to stop him from leaving. They let Caroline take the fall to stop Elise from staying. Poirot nods once. Collective silence. He says, a weapon deadlier than any poison. You lean back in the chair. The painting, the letter, the pearl, the voice on tape, the locket, the sketchbook. Elise Hartman is everywhere now, which means her child still out there. And if they knew, they'd bury the truth all over again. This time deeper. 13. You read the name in the birth record. The registry office smells of dust and disuse, like secrets stored on paper. You sift through ledgers so old they sigh when you open them. Poirot stands beside you, motionless, but you feel the weight of his anticipation as keenly as your own. Every page is a step deeper into a life no one admitted existed. You find her, Hartman, Elise, June 1939, 1 entry, 1 record. Child, Anna Louise Hartman. Father not listed. You run your finger along the handwritten line. The ink has faded, but the truth hasn't. A birth, no father's name, no guardianship, no next of kin. Poirot leans over. Elise did not return to France after the murder. He says, she stayed, raised the child in silence. Perhaps, or perhaps not. You scan the neighboring records. There's a notation added barely legible. Adopted, August 1940. New surname L. Didisham. You blink. Didisham. Elsa Greer's married name. Your stomach drops. She knew. She knew about the child, about Elise. And instead of exposing it, she took the child, not out of compassion, but out of control. You pull the adoption record. The child was taken in by Lady Elsa Didisham under charitable grounds after the untimely death of the mother. There's no cause of death listed for Elise. Just one word. Disappeared. Poirot's eyes darken. She made the child vanish. Changed her name. Changed the story. You nod slowly. And buried Elise twice. Once in memory. Once in fact. You check the notes. Anna Louise Hartman became Annabel Didisham. Sent to boarding school at 10. No public records after age 18. Hidden in plain sight. Erased like her mother. You turn the page, hands shaking. Elise didn't die of heartbreak. She died of silence. And now, 16 years later, the daughter of the woman everyone forgot. It might be standing in the same rooms where it all happened, and no one recognizes her because that's how they planned it. 14. You ask the girl who doesn't know she's evidence. She greets you at the cafe with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Annabel Didisham, mid-20s, blonde hair like Elsa's, posture like Caroline's, voice soft but clipped. She orders tea, no sugar, and thanks the waitress like she's been taught to charm, not born to it. She has no idea why you're here. You say you're researching the Crail case, that you're tracing legacies. She tilts her head, curious. You mean the painter Ammius Crayle? My mother collected his work. We have a few pieces, not my father, not my grandfather, just the painter. So Elsa raised her well. You nod. What do you know about the case? Only that his wife poisoned him. Tragic. But it made the paintings worth more. Didn't it? She laughs nervously. You take out a sketch. It's from Elise's notebook. A pencil drawing of a baby. Dated June 10th. You slide it across the table. Annabel stares. Something flickers in her. Recognition, or memory planted deep, like a weed growing under stone. Who drew this? You say nothing. She touches the corner. It looks like me. I think I had this face in a dream once. You watch her closely. And this woman. You lay down a photo of Elise, the only one left, clipped from an art magazine, decades old. Annabel blinks. This is, I don't know. But she looks like me. You nod. She was your mother. Silence. Not denial. Not acceptance. Confusion. Trembling into fear. I don't. Lady Didisham was my mother. No. You say gently. She took you in. After Elise disappeared, you let the weight of it settle. Her fingers curl slowly around the teacup. My name isn't real. It never was. She shakes her head. Not in rejection, just trying to wake herself up. You press on. Elise Hartman wasn't a mistress. She was the one Ammius wanted to leave with. You were the reason. And when that threatened everything, they erased her. And me. You nod. Especially you. She sits back, tears glinting, but unshed. Poirot speaks then, for the first time. Mademoiselle, you are not a footnote. You are the missing chapter. Annabel swallows hard. I don't remember her. You don't have to. She remembered you. You show her the locket, the one from the grove. Her photo inside. She touches it like it might vanish again. For a moment, no one speaks. And then she whispers, I want to know who did it. You smile. So do we. And this time, you're not alone. 15. You return to the scene that refuses to rest. The gates of Alderbury House creak like something waking up. You and Annabel walk through them side by side, her steps slow, yours deliberate. The estate is quiet now. The summer crowds are long gone, the orchard overgrown, the veranda weather-worn and bleached by sun and memory. You pause at the studio. Annabel doesn't speak. Her fingers trail the doorframe like she's trying to read Braille in wood grain. Poirot opens the door for her. Inside, dust blooms with every step. The easel still stands, the final painting, Elsa's portrait, locked behind glass. But to Annabel, it means nothing. She stares instead at the far wall, where scraps of old canvases once hung. She doesn't know why she's drawn there, only that she is. It's in the walls, she says. Barely a whisper. You look to Poirot. He nods. You press gently against the paneling. Hollow. You pry it open. Behind the wood is a thin compartment, long sealed. Inside, a bundle of canvases, rolled and tied in linen. You unroll them slowly. Elise? Portrait after portrait. One shows her holding a baby, the face unmistakably Annabel's. Another shows her alone, facing away, her shoulders bent but unbroken. The last one is incomplete brushstrokes, angry, urgent, but it's signed A. Crail. Annabel stares. I've never seen these. You weren't meant to. You reply. He hid them from Elsa, from Caroline, from the world. Poirot speaks softly, because this was the truth, the one they all feared. Annabel's voice wavers. I thought I was nobody. You were everyone's reason. You say, and no one's responsibility. She sits, trembling. You step outside and look at the place anew. The garden, the orchard, the beer bottle, the poison. All of it scenes in a theater designed to distract, because while they watched Caroline and Elsa tear each other apart, no one looked for the woman who had the most to lose. And now her daughter has returned. The house feels smaller, less grand, less sure of itself. Because secrets don't age well. And truth has a habit of rotting into something sharp. 16. You watch The Alibi collapse in real time. Elsa Dittisham doesn't blink, even as you slide the portrait across her marble-top table. Even as Annabel sits across from her in silence. Even as Poirot folds his hands like a judge waiting for the lie to land, Elsa simply reaches for her drink. This is amateur work, she says coolly. Ammius painted better when he was hungover. You tap the signature. Ammius painted her. Not you. Not Caroline. Her. Elsa shrugs. And he was going to leave with her. She smiles, slow and venomous. No, darling. He said he was. He promised it. But Ammius never followed through. He painted people like he wanted to save them. But he always saved himself. Annabel speaks then. Her voice is raw. He was my father. Elsa glances at her. No warmth. No shock. Just calculation. I did what needed to be done. You were a child. Elise was gone. Gone, you echo, or made to disappear. Elsa's smile fades just a shade. Semantics. She ran, or she couldn't face it. Either way, she abandoned her daughter. She was murdered, Poirot says. And now silence. A breath, then Elsa stands. You have no proof. You slide the envelope across the table. Elise's adoption agreement. Signed by Elsa. Backdated. Filed under a false name. She doesn't reach for it, because she already knows what it says. And behind her, on the mantel, sits the letter. The one from Ammius. Folded, preserved, unsent. You point to it. He gave you this. Elsa says nothing. I know you read it. I know you knew he planned to leave you. For her, for Annabelle. And I know that on the day of his murder, you weren't by the beach, reading in the sun. You were in the house. With the letter. With the truth. The air tightens. You waited for him to drink. You say, you watched from the curtain. You can't prove that, but you weren't alone. You say, someone else saw you. Poirot stands. There is no alibi strong enough to erase guilt. Madam. Not when the crime was written in silence. Elsa's shoulders square. If I hadn't taken Annabelle, she would have ended up nothing. I gave her a name. No. Annabelle says quietly, you gave me your lie. Elsa moves to speak, but doesn't, because for once in her life, she has no script left. 17. You confront the man who hid the final piece. Philip Blake opens the door, like a man expecting bad news. He doesn't ask why you've come. He doesn't offer tea. He doesn't even pretend. You lay the adoption document on his table. You knew. He nods once. I knew. From the beginning, not until after Elise vanished. Meredith found her satchel in the grove. Showed it to me. You narrow your eyes, and you said nothing. She was gone, and Caroline was already arrested. You let Caroline take the fall. I let the system do what it does. Do you think it would have mattered? Elise had no family, no money, no country willing to claim her. If we dragged her name into it, Amyas would have been forgotten. His paintings would rot in galleries. You were preserving his legacy. You say bitterly, I was preserving the only thing he left behind that didn't scream. You pull out the sketchbook. Amyas's last one. You let it fall open to the unfinished portrait of Elise. He left her behind, too. Philip's face cracks. Sanshikya, just slightly. Do you know what it's like to love a man who doesn't care if he destroys you? I thought Caroline would break first. But it was Elise who disappeared. And when she did, you helped Meredith cover it up. He doesn't deny it. She came to Meredith's that night. He says, told him about the child, asked for protection, said she feared what Amyas might do. She was crying. Meredith, useless as he is, offered her a drink, something to calm her, and she never left. No one saw her again. Meredith panicked, said she left on her own. But I think he stops. What? Philip swallows. I think she died there. Accidentally. Maybe even by her own hand. But Meredith buried her. He couldn't stand the scandal. He begged me not to tell. And Amyas drank the same brandy she touched. He shot Masamchi. Was it poison? Philip's silence is the answer. It wasn't murder in the traditional sense. It was containment, a chain of people choosing silence over truth, reputation over justice, a child's future over a woman's memory. And Elise, she became a problem, then a ghost, then nothing. You look at Philip. He's smaller now, not physically, but morally, spiritually. The man who stood so firm at the trial, he was just another coward with good tailoring. 18. You walk the corridor where the ghost still waits. Meredith. Blake doesn't run. When you arrive at his crumbling estate with Poirot and Annabelle in tow, he's already waiting in the study fireplace, cold, curtains drawn, whiskey untouched. He knows why you're here. He just doesn't know how much you've uncovered. Poirot begins gently. A nod, a name. Elise. Meredith flinches. Too beautiful to be so sad, he murmurs. She spoke 5 languages and still couldn't make anyone hear her. You sit. She came to you. She was scared. He nods. Said Amias wouldn't acknowledge the child. Said Elsa had threatened her. She wanted to leave the country. I told her I could help. You gave her something to drink. Brandy. Just brandy. I swear. She calmed down. Slept on the divan. I stepped out to make arrangements. When I came back, he trails off. Poirot finishes the sentence. She was dead. Meredith's eyes water. She'd bitten her lip. Foam at the mouth. I thought maybe poison, but there was no glass beside her. No note. Just her satchel. You didn't call the police. I couldn't. It would have destroyed everything. The trial was days away. Caroline was already doomed. Amias was already canonized. Elise was inconvenient. And her child, you ask? I didn't know about the adoption until later. Philip arranged it. Said it was the only way to make sure she'd be safe. Where is she, you whisper? The cellar, he replies. Behind the wine racks. I walled it off. Said it was dry rot. He stands, slow, shaking, and leads you down the narrow hallway lit by a single bulb. At the back of the cellar, behind dusty cases of vintage claret, he presses against the panel. It gives. The wall opens inward. You feel it before you see it, the shift in air, the sudden drop in temperature, the weight of stillness that's had too long to settle. She's there, wrapped, preserved by the dry, sealed dark. Her satchel, her scarf, her silence. Annabelle doesn't cry. She kneels. Poirot steps back. You stare into the chamber. The truth was never missing. Just buried. Like Elise, like Justice, like every woman whose name doesn't fit neatly into someone else's story. And now you've unearthed her. 19. You let the dead speak in court. The courtroom isn't packed. 16 years is a long time for outrage to fade. But today, the air carries a different weight, heavier than justice, lighter than revenge. Annabelle sits in the front row, not as a witness, not as evidence. As Elise Hartman's daughter, the magistrate calls it a posthumous petition for record correction. Poirot calls it something else, resurrection. You step to the stand. You speak without notes. You present the painting, the real one, the one Amias never signed for the gallery, only for Elise. You lay out the letter he never sent, the portraits he buried, the sketchbook, the pearl, the photograph with 6 shadows, the audio reel, the locket from the grove. Then you give them the final piece, the remains, unmistakably Elise's, with teeth records, genetic tests, and 1 silver locket containing the child no one wanted to remember. The court goes quiet. You speak her name like a prayer. Poirot does the rest. He speaks not of motive, but of design. A design by omission. A murder by suppression. Elsa Greer, who manipulated the adoption. Philip Blake, who suppressed evidence. Meredith Blake, who buried the body. Angela, who saw more than she told. And Caroline, the scapegoat, who never asked to be saved. By the time Poirot finishes, the courtroom isn't breathing. The judge speaks last. We're sorry. No verdict, just a statement. Caroline Crail was convicted in error. Elise Hartman's death was never investigated. Let the record show. We see them now. Outside, reporters flash cameras. The headlines already written. But Annabelle doesn't stay for interviews. She walks alone from the court to the garden behind the courthouse. Locket in hand, grief in her spine. You follow. She stops beneath a cherry tree. I thought I was nothing. She says again. You shake your head. You were the reason they silenced everything. She turns. And now, you say, you're the reason they can't. 20. You close the case, but the silence still echoes. There's no press conference, no medals, no headlines big enough to carry what Elise lost. Just the file, stamped, sealed, marked case closed. You place it on Poirot's desk. He doesn't touch it, doesn't look at you. He's watching the rain trickle down the window like the final lines of a confession no one dared to write. She was forgotten. You say. He nods. And yet she spoke. You think of Elise's face. Not the photographs, the paintings, the sketches, the ghost. You think of the line in her letter for my heart that grows far from me. Annabelle lives now, not just exists lives in her own name. Her mother's name, a name that was meant to be erased. You watch her from a distance sometimes. She walks like she's learning gravity again. Like every step is the weight of someone else's lie peeling off her shoulders. Elsa Dittisham fled the country. Philip Blake resigned. Meredith Blake is under quiet investigation. Angela, returned to the continent, refuses to speak. No one is imprisoned. But all are bound because guilt doesn't always need a sentence. Sometimes it just needs a mirror. You light a cigarette. Your size so Poirot finally turns. You did well, he says. No. You reply. Elise did. He smiles, faint and sad. She made herself unforgettable. You walk outside. The storm has stopped. Somewhere beyond the hills, a child who was never named in court has carved her name in stone. Annabelle Hartman, daughter of a ghost, survivor of a silence. You tip your hat to no one in particular and let the past finally rest. Book 2. Narrative of Philip Blake. Covering letter received with manuscript. Dear Mr. Poirot, I am fulfilling my promise and herewith find enclosed an account of the events relating to the death of Amyas Crailo. After such a lapse of time, I am bound to point out that my memories may not be strictly accurate, but I have put down what occurred to the best of my recollection. Yours truly, Philip Blake. Notes on progress of events leading up to murder of Amyas Crailo on September 19. My friendship with deceased dates back to a very early period. His home and mine were next door to each other in the country, and our families were friends. Amyas Crailo was a little over 2 years older than I was. We played together as boys, in the holidays, though we were not at the same school. From the point of view of my long knowledge of the man, I feel myself particularly qualified to testify as to his character and general outlook on life. And I will say this straight away to anyone who knew Amyas Crailo. Well, the notion of his committing suicide is quite ridiculous. Crailo would never have taken his own life. He was far too fond of living. The contention of the defense at the trial that Crailo was obsessed by conscience and took poison in a fit of remorse is utterly absurd to anyone who knew the man. Crailo, I should say, had very little conscience, and certainly not a morbid one. Moreover, he and his wife were on bad terms, and I don't think he would have had any scruples about breaking up what was, to him, a very unsatisfactory married life. He was prepared to look after her financial welfare and that of the child of the marriage, and I'm sure would have done so generously. He was a very generous man, and altogether a warm-hearted and lovable person. Not only was he a great painter, but he was a man whose friends were devoted to him. As far as I know, he had no enemies. I had also known Caroline Crail for many years. I knew her before her marriage, when she used to come and stay at Alderbury. She was then a somewhat neurotic girl, subject to uncontrollable outbursts of temper, not without attraction, but unquestionably a difficult person to live with. She showed her devotion to Amyas almost immediately. He, I do not think, was really very much in love with her, but they were frequently thrown together. She was, as I say, attractive, and they eventually became engaged. Amyas Crail's best friends were rather apprehensive about the marriage, as they felt that Caroline was quite unsuited to him. This caused a certain amount of strain in the first few years between Crail's wife and Crail's friends. But Amyas was a loyal friend and was not disposed to give up his old friends at the bidding of his wife. After a few years, he and I were on the same old terms, and I was a frequent visitor at Alderbury. I may add that I stood godfather to the little girl, Carla. This proves, I think, that Amyas considered me his best friend, and it gives me authority to speak for a man who can no longer speak for himself. To come to the actual events of which I have been asked to write. I arrived down at Alderbury, so I see by an old diary 5 days before the crime. That is, on September 13th. I was conscious at once of a certain tension in the atmosphere. There was also, staying in the house, Miss Elsa Greer, whom Amyas was painting at the time. It was the first time I had seen Miss Greer in the flesh, but I had been aware of her existence for some time. Amyas had raved about her to me a month previously. He had met, he said, a marvelous girl. He talked about her so enthusiastically that I said to him jokingly, "Be careful, old boy, or you'll be losing your head again." He told me not to be a bloody fool. He was painting the girl. He'd no personal interest in her. I said, "Tell that to the Marines. I've heard you say that before." He said this time it's different, to which I answered somewhat cynically, "It always is." Amyas then looked quite worried and anxious. He said, "You don't understand. She's just a girl, not much more than a child." He added that she had very modern views and was absolutely free from old-fashioned prejudices. He said, "She's honest and natural, and absolutely fearless," I thought to myself, though I didn't say so, that Amyas had certainly got it badly this time. A few weeks later, I heard comments from other people. It was said that the Greer girl was absolutely infatuated. Somebody else said that it was a bit thick of Amyas considering how young the girl was, whereupon somebody else sniggered and said that Elsa Greer knew her way about all right. Further remarks were that the girl was rolling in money and had always got everything she wanted, and also that she was the one who was making most of the running. There was a question as to what Crail's wife thought about it, and the significant reply that she must be used to that sort of thing by now, to which someone demurred by saying they'd heard that she was jealous as hell and led Crail such an impossible life that any man would be justified in having a fling from time to time. I mention all this because I think it is important that the state of affairs before I got down there should be fully realized. I was interested to see the girl. She was remarkably good-looking and very attractive, and I must admit, maliciously amused to note that Caroline was cutting up very rough indeed. Amyas Crayle himself was less light-hearted than usual, though to anyone who did not know him well, his manner would have appeared much as usual. Who knew him so intimately noted at once various signs of strain, uncertain temper, fits of moody abstraction, general irritability of manner, although he was always inclined to be moody when painting. The picture he was at work upon did not account entirely for the strain he showed. He was pleased to see me, and said, as soon as we were alone, "Thank goodness you've turned up. Phil, living in a house with 4 women is enough to send any man clean off his chump. Between them all, they'll send me into a lunatic asylum." It was certainly an uncomfortable atmosphere. Caroline, as I said, was obviously cutting up rough about the whole thing, in a polite, well-bred way. She was ruder to Elsa than one would believe possible without a single actually offensive word. Elsa herself was openly and flagrantly rude to Caroline. She was top dog and she knew it, and no scruples of good breeding restrained her from overt bad manners. The result was that Crail spent most of his time scrapping with the girl Angela when he wasn't painting. They were usually on affectionate terms, though they teased and fought a good deal. But on this occasion, there was an edge in everything Amyas said or did, and the two of them really lost their tempers with each other. The 4th member of the party was the governess, a sour-faced hag. Amyas called her. She hates me like poison, sits there with her lips set together, disapproving of me without stopping. It was then that he said, "God damn all women. If a man is to have any peace, he must steer clear of women. You oughtn't to have married." I said, "You're the sort of man who ought to have kept clear of domestic ties." He replied that it was too late to talk about that now. He added that no doubt Caroline would be only too glad to get rid of him. That was the first indication I had that something unusual was in the wind. I said, "What's all this? Is this business with the lovely Elsa?" "Serious, then?" he said with a sort of groan. "She is lovely, isn't she? Sometimes I wish I'd never seen her." I said, "Look here, old boy. You must take a hold on yourself. You don't want to get tied up with any more women." He looked at me and laughed. He said, "It's all very well for you to talk. I can't let women alone, simply can't do it. And if I could, they wouldn't let me alone." Then he shrugged those great shoulders of his, grinned at me and said, "Oh well, it will all pan out in the end, I expect. And you must admit, the picture is good." He was referring to the portrait he was doing of Elsa, and although I had very little technical knowledge of painting, even I could see that it was going to be a work of a special power. Whilst he was painting, Amyas was a different man. Although he would growl, groan, frown, swear extravagantly, and sometimes hurl his brushes away, he was really intensely happy. It was only when he came back to the house for meals that the hostile atmosphere between the women got him down. That hostility came to a head on September 17th. We had had an embarrassing lunch. Elsa had been particularly, really, I think insolent is the only word for it. She had ignored Caroline pointedly, persistently addressing the conversation to Amyas as though he and she were alone in the room. Caroline had talked lightly and gaily to the rest of us, cleverly contriving so that several perfectly innocent-sounding remarks should have a sting. She hadn't got Elsa Greer's scornful honesty with Caroline. Everything was oblique, suggested rather than said. Things came to a head after lunch in the drawing room just as we were finishing coffee. I had commented on a carved head in highly polished beechwood, a very curious thing. And Caroline said, "That is the work of a young Norwegian sculptor. Amyas and I admire his work very much. We hope to go and see him next summer." That calm assumption of possession was too much for Elsa. She was never one to let a challenge pass. She waited a minute or two, and then she spoke in her clear, rather overemphasized voice. She said, "This would be a lovely room if it was properly fixed. It's got far too much furniture in it. When I'm living here, I shall take all the rubbish out and just leave 1 or 2 good pieces. And I shall have copper-colored curtains. I think so, that the setting sun will just catch them through that big western window." She turned to me and said, "Don't you think that would be rather lovely?" I didn't have time to answer. Caroline spoke, and her voice was soft and silky, and what I can only describe as dangerous. She said, "Are you thinking of buying this place, Elsa?" Elsa said, "It won't be necessary for me to buy it." Caroline said, "What do you mean?" And there was no softness in her voice now. It was hard and metallic. Elsa laughed. She said, "Must we pretend?" "Come now, Caroline, you know very well what I mean." Caroline said, "I've no idea." Elsa said to that, "Don't be such an ostrich. It's no good pretending you don't see and know all about it. Amyas and I care for each other. This isn't your home, it's his, and after we're married, I shall live here with him," Caroline said. "I think you're crazy," Elsa said. "No, I'm not, my dear, and you know it. It would be much simpler if we were honest with each other. Amyas and I love each other. You've seen that clearly enough. There's only one decent thing for you to do. You've got to give him his freedom." Caroline said, "I don't believe a word of what you are saying." But her voice was unconvincing. Elsa had got under her guard all right. And at that minute Amyas Krail came into the room, and Elsa said, with a laugh, "If you don't believe me, ask him." And Caroline said, "I will." She didn't pause at all. She said, "Amyas, Elsa says you want to marry her. Is this true? Poor Amyas. I felt sorry for him. It makes a man feel a fool to have a scene of that kind forced upon him." He went crimson and started blustering. He turned on Elsa and asked her why the devil. She couldn't have held her tongue, Caroline said. Then it is true. He didn't say anything, just stood there passing his finger round inside the neck of his shirt. He used to do that as a kid when he got into a jam of any kind. He said, and he tried to make the words sound dignified and authoritative, and of course couldn't manage it. Poor devil. I don't want to discuss it, Caroline said. But we're going to discuss it. Elsa chipped in and said, I think it's only fair to Caroline that she should be told. Caroline said, very quietly, Is it true? Amyas. He looked a bit ashamed of himself. Men do when women pin them down in a corner. She said, "Answer me, please. I've got to know." He flung up his head, then rather the way a bull does in the bull ring. He snapped out, "It's true enough, but I don't want to discuss it now." And he turned and strode out of the room. I went after him. I didn't want to be left with the women. I caught up with him on the terrace. He was swearing. I never knew a man swear more heartily. Then he raved. Why couldn't she hold her tongue? Why the devil couldn't she hold her tongue? Now, the fat's in the fire, and I've got to finish that picture. Do you hear, Phil? It's the best thing I've done. The best thing I've ever done in my life. And a couple of damn fool women want to muck it up between them. Then he calmed down a little and said, women had no sense of proportion. I couldn't help smiling a little. I said, well, dash it all, old boy, you have brought this on yourself. Don't I know it? He said, and groaned. Then he added, but you must admit, Phil, that a man couldn't be blamed for losing his head about her. Even Caroline ought to understand that. I asked him what would happen if Caroline got her back up and refused to give him a divorce, but by now, he had gone off into a fit of abstraction. I repeated the remark, and he said absently, Caroline would never be vindictive. You don't understand. Old boy, there's the child, I pointed out. He took me by the arm. Phil, old boy, you mean well, but don't go on croaking like a raven. I can manage my affairs. Everything will turn out all right. You'll see if it doesn't. That was Amyas all over, an absolutely unjustified optimist. He said now, cheerfully, to hell with the whole pack of them. I don't know whether we would have said anything more, but a few minutes later, Caroline swept out on the terrace. She'd got a hat on. A queer, flopping, dark brown hat, rather attractive. She said in an absolutely ordinary, everyday voice, take off that paint-stained coat. Amyas, we're going over to Meredith's to tea. Don't you remember? He stared, stammered a bit as he said, oh, I'd forgotten. Yes, of course we are. She said, then go and try and make yourself look less like a rag and bone man. Although her voice was quite natural, she didn't look at him. She moved over towards a bed of dahlias and began picking off some of the overblown flowers. Amyas turned round slowly and went into the house. Caroline talked to me. She talked a good deal about the chances of the weather lasting and whether there might be mackerel about, and if so, Amyas and Angela and I might like to go fishing. She was really amazing. I've got to hand it to her, but I think, myself, that showed the sort of woman she was. She had enormous strength of will and complete command over herself. I don't know whether she'd made up her mind to kill him then, but I shouldn't be surprised. And she was capable of making her plans carefully and unemotionally, with an absolutely clear and ruthless mind. Caroline Crail was a very dangerous woman. I ought to have realized then that she wasn't prepared to take this thing lying down. But like a fool, I thought that she had made up her mind to accept the inevitable, or else possibly she thought that if she carried on exactly as usual, Amyas might change his mind. Presently, the others came out. Elsa, looking defiant, but at the same time triumphant. Caroline took no notice of her. Angela really saved the situation. She came out arguing with Miss Williams that she wasn't going to change her skirt for anyone. It was quite all right, good enough for darling old Meredith anyway. He never noticed anything. We got off at last. Caroline walked with Angela, and I walked with Amias, and Elsa walked by herself smiling. I didn't admire her myself, too violent a type, but I have to admit that she looked incredibly beautiful that afternoon. Women do when they've got what they want. I can't remember the events of that afternoon clearly at all. It's all blurred. I remember old Mary coming out to meet us. I think we walked round the garden first. I remember having a long discussion with Angela about the training of terriers for ratting. She ate an incredible lot of apples and tried to persuade me to do so too. When we got back to the house, tea was going on under the big cedar tree. Mary, I remember, was looking very upset. I suppose either Caroline or Amias had told him something. He was looking doubtfully at Caroline, and then he stared at Elsa. The old boy looked thoroughly worried. Of course, Caroline liked to have Meredith on a string, more or less. The devoted, platonic friend who would never go too far. She was that kind of woman. After tea, Meredith had a hurried word with me. He said, "Look here, Phil." "Amias can't do this thing," I said. "Make no mistake. He's going to do it. He can't leave his wife and child and go off with this girl. He's years older than she is. She can't be more than 18. I said to him that Miss Greer was a fully sophisticated 20. He said, "Anyway, that's underage. She can't know what she's doing." Poor old Meredith. Always the chivalrous Pukka Sahib. I said, "Don't worry, old boy. She knows what she's doing, and she likes it." That's all we had the chance of saying. I thought to myself that probably Mary felt disturbed at the thought of Caroline being a deserted wife. Once the divorce was through, she might expect her faithful Dobbin to marry her. I had an idea that hopeless devotion was really far more in his line. I must confess that that side of it amused me. Curiously enough, I remember very little about our visit to Meredith's stink room. He enjoyed showing people his hobby. Personally, I always found it very boring. I suppose I was in there with the rest of them when he gave a dissertation on the efficacy of quinine, but I don't remember it, and I didn't see Caroline pinch the stuff. As I've said, she was a very adroit woman. I do remember Meredith reading aloud the passage from Plato describing Socrates' death. Very boring. I thought it. Classics always did bore me. There's nothing much more I can remember about that day. Amias and Angela had a first-class row, I know, and the rest of us rather welcomed it. It avoided other difficulties. Angela rushed off to bed with a final vituperative outburst. She said A, she'd pay him out. B, she wished he were dead. C, she hoped he'd die of leprosy. It would serve him right. D, she wished a sausage would stick to his nose, like in the fairy story, and never come off. When she'd gone, we all laughed. We couldn't help it. It was such a funny mixture. Caroline went up to bed immediately afterwards. Miss Williams disappeared after her pupil. Amias and Elsa went off together into the garden. It was clear that I wasn't wanted. I went for a stroll by myself. It was a lovely night. I came down late the following morning. There was no one in the dining room. Funny the things you do remember. I remember the taste of the kidneys and bacon I ate quite well. They were very good kidneys, deviled. Afterwards, I wandered out looking for everybody. I went outside, didn't see anybody, smoked a cigarette, encountered Miss Williams running about looking for Angela, who had played truant as usual when she ought to have been mending a torn frock. I went back into the hall and realized that Amyas and Caroline were having a set-to in the library. They were talking very loud. I heard her say, "You and your women, I'd like to kill you. Someday I will kill you." Amyas said, "Don't be a fool." Caroline, and she said, "I mean it." Amyas, well, I didn't want to overhear any more. I went out again. I wandered along the terrace the other way and came across Elsa. She was sitting on one of the long seats. The seat was directly under the library window, and the window was open. I should imagine that there wasn't much she had missed of what was going on inside. When she saw me, she got up as cool as a cucumber and came towards me. She was smiling. She took my arm and said, "Isn't it a lovely morning?" It was a lovely morning for her. All right. Rather a cruel girl. No. I think merely honest and lacking in imagination. What she wanted herself was the only thing that she could see. We'd been standing on the terrace talking for about 5 minutes when I heard the library door bang and Amyas Crale came out. He was very red in the face. He caught hold of Elsa, unceremoniously, by the shoulder. He said, "Come on. Time for you to sit. I want to get on with that picture." She said, "All right, I'll just go up and get a pullover. There's a chilly wind." She went into the house. I wondered if Amyas would say anything to me, but he didn't say much. Just, "These women." I said, "Cheer up, old boy." Then we neither of us said anything till Elsa came out of the house again. They went off together down to the Battery Garden. I went into the house. Caroline was standing in the hall. I don't think she even noticed me. It was a way of hers at times. She'd seem to go right away to get inside herself, as it were. She just murmured something. Not to me, to herself. I just caught the words, "It's too cruel." That's what she said. Then she walked past me and upstairs. Still without seeming to see me, just like a person intent on some inner vision. I think myself I've no authority for saying this. You understand that she went up to get the stuff, and that it was then she decided to do what she did do. And just at that moment, the telephone rang. In some houses, one would wait for the servants to answer it, but I was so often at Alderbury that I acted more or less as one of the family. I picked up the receiver. It was my brother Meredith's voice that answered. He was very upset. He explained that he had been into his laboratory and that the coniine bottle was half empty. I don't need to go again over all the things I know now I ought to have done. The thing was so startling, and I was foolish enough to be taken aback. Meredith was dithering a good bit at the other end. I heard someone on the stairs, and I just told him sharply to come over at once. I myself went down to meet him. In case you don't know the lay of the land, the shortest way from one estate to the other was by rowing across a small creek. I went down the path to where the boats were kept by a small jetty. To do so, I passed under the wall of the Battery Garden. I could hear Elsa and Amyas talking as he painted. They sounded very cheerful and carefree. Amyas said it was an amazingly hot day. So it was. Very hot for September. And Elsa said that sitting where she was, poised on the battlements, there was a cold wind blowing in from the sea. And then she said, I'm horribly stiff from posing. Can't I have a rest, darling? And I heard Amias cry out, Not on your life. Stick it. You're a tough girl. And this is going good, I tell you. I heard Elsa say, brute, and laugh as I went out of earshot. Meredith was just rowing himself across from the other side. I waited for him. He tied up the boat and came up the steps. He was looking very white and worried. He said to me, Your head's better than mine, Philip. What ought I to do? That stuff's dangerous. I said, Are you absolutely sure about this, Meredith? You see, was always a rather vague kind of chap. Perhaps that's why I didn't take it as seriously as I ought to have done. And he said he was quite sure. The bottle had been full yesterday afternoon. I said, And you've absolutely no idea who pinched it. He said none whatever, and asked me what I thought. Could it have been one of the servants? I said I supposed it might have been, but it seemed unlikely to me. He always kept the door locked, didn't he? Always, he said, and then began a rigmarole about having found the window a few inches open at the bottom. Someone might have got in that way. A chance burglar, I asked skeptically. It seems to me, Meredith, that there are some very nasty possibilities. He said, What did I really think? And I said, If he was sure he wasn't making a mistake, that probably Caroline had taken it to poison Elsa with, or that alternatively, Elsa had taken it to get Caroline out of the way and straighten the path of true love. Meredith twittered a bit. He said it was absurd and melodramatic and couldn't be true. I said, Well, the stuff's gone. What's your explanation? He hadn't any. Of course, actually thought just as I did, but didn't want to face the fact. He said again, What are we to do? I said, Damned fool that I was. We must think it over carefully. Either you'd better announce your loss, straight out, when everybody's there, or else you'd better get Caroline alone and tax her with it. If you're convinced she's nothing to do with it, adopt the same tactics for Elsa. He said, A girl like that, she couldn't have taken it. I said I wouldn't put it past her. We were walking up to the house as we talked. After that last remark of mine, neither of us spoke for some few seconds. We were rounding the Battery Garden again, and I heard Caroline's voice. I thought perhaps a three-handed row was going on, but actually it was Angela that they were discussing. Caroline was protesting. She said it's very hard on the girl. And Amias made some impatient rejoinder. Then the door to the garden opened, just as we came abreast of it. Amias looked a little taken aback at seeing us. Caroline was just coming out. She said, Hello, Meredith. We've been discussing the question of Angela's going to school. I'm not at all sure it's the right thing for her. Amias said, Don't fuss about the girl. She'll be all right. Good riddance. Just then, Elsa came running down the path from the house. She had some sort of scarlet jumper in her hand. Amias growled, Come along. Get back into the pose. I don't want to waste time. He went back to where his easel was standing. I noticed that he staggered a bit, and I wondered if he had been drinking. A man might easily be excused for doing so with all the fuss and the scenes, he grumbled. The beer here is red hot. Why can't we keep some ice down here? And Caroline Crail said, I'll send you down some beer just off the ice. Amias grunted out, Thanks, Then Caroline shut the door of the Battery garden and came up with us to the house. We sat down on the terrace and she went into the house. About 5 minutes later, Angela came along with a couple of bottles of beer and some glasses. It was a hot day, and we were glad to see it. As we were drinking it, Caroline passed us. She was carrying another bottle and said she would take it down to Amias. Meredith said he'd go, but she was quite firm that she'd go herself. I thought, fool that I was, that it was just her jealousy. She couldn't stand those two being alone down there. That was what had taken her down there once already, with the weak pretext of arguing about Angela's departure. She went off down that zigzag path, and Meredith and I watched her go. We'd still not decided anything. And now Angela clamored that I should come bathing with her. It seemed impossible to get Meredith alone. I just said to him, "After lunch?" And he nodded. Then I went off bathing with Angela. We had a good swim across the creek and back, and then we lay out on the rocks sunbathing. Angela was a bit taciturn, and that suited me. I made up my mind that directly after lunch, I'd take Caroline aside and accuse her point blank of having stolen the stuff. No use letting Meredith do it. He'd be too weak. No. I'd tax her with it outright. After that, she'd have to give it back. Or even if she didn't, she wouldn't dare use it. I was pretty sure it must be her on thinking things over. Elsa was far too sensible and hard-boiled a young woman to risk tampering with poisons. She had a hard head and would take care of her own skin. Caroline was made of more dangerous stuff, unbalanced, carried away by impulses, and definitely neurotic. And still, at the back of my mind was the feeling that Meredith might have made a mistake, or some servant might have been poking about in there and split the stuff and then not dared to own up. You see, poison seems such a melodramatic thing, you can't believe in it. Not till it happens. It was quite late when I looked at my watch, and Angela and I fairly raced up to lunch. They were just sitting down, all but Amias, who had remained down in the Battery painting. Quite a normal thing for him to do, and privately, I thought him very wise to elect to do it today. Lunch was likely to have been an awkward meal. We had coffee on the terrace. I wish I could remember better how Caroline looked and acted. She didn't seem excited in any way. Quiet and rather sad is my impression. What a devil that woman was, for it is a devilish thing to do, to poison a man in cold blood. If there had been a revolver about, and she caught it up and shot him, well, that might have been understandable. But this cold, deliberate, vindictive poisoning, and so calm and collected. She got up and said she'd take his coffee to him in the most natural way possible. And yet she knew, she must have known that by now she'd find him dead. Miss Williams went with her. I don't remember if that was at Caroline's suggestion or not. I rather think it was. The two women went off together. Meredith strolled away shortly afterwards. I was just making an excuse to go after him. When he came running up the path again, his face was gray. He gasped out, "We must get a doctor quick." "Amias!" I sprang up. "Is he ill, dying?" Meredith said. "I'm afraid he's dead." We'd forgotten Elsa for the minute, but she let out a sudden cry. It was like the wail of a banshee. She cried dead, dead, and then she ran. I didn't know anyone could move like that, like a deer, like a stricken thing, and like an avenging fury, too. Meredith panted out, "Go after her. I'll telephone. Go after her. You don't know what she'll do." I did go after her, and it's as well I did. She might quite easily have killed Caroline. I've never seen such grief and such frenzied hate. All the veneer of refinement and education was stripped off. You could see her father and her father's mother, and father had been mill hands, deprived of her lover. She was just elemental woman. She'd have clawed Caroline's face, torn her hair, hurled her over the parapet if she could. She thought for some reason or other that Caroline had knifed him. She'd got it all wrong naturally. I held her off, and then Miss Williams took charge. She was good, I must say. She got Elsa to control herself, and under a minute told her she'd got to be quiet, and that we couldn't have this noise and violence going on. She was a tartar, that woman, but she did the trick. Elsa was quiet, just stood there, gasping and trembling. As for Caroline, so far as I'm concerned, the mask was right off. She stood there perfectly quiet, you might have said dazed. But she wasn't dazed. It was her eyes gave her away. They were watchful, fully aware, and quietly watchful. She'd begun, I suppose, to be afraid. I went up to her and spoke to her. I said it quite low. I don't think either of the two women overheard. I said, "You damned murderess. You've killed my best friend." She shrank back. She said, "No, oh no, he did it himself." I looked her full in the eyes. I said, "You can tell that story to the police." She did, and they didn't believe her. End of Philip Blake's statement. Bossy. Narrative of Meredith. Blake 2. Dear Mr. Poirot, as I promised you, I have set down in writing an account of all I can remember relating to the tragic events that happened 16 years ago. First of all, I would like to say that I have thought over carefully all you said to me at our recent meeting. And on reflection, I am more convinced than I was before that it is in the highest degree unlikely that Caroline Crail poisoned her husband. It always seemed incongruous, but the absence of any other explanation and her own attitude led me to follow, sheep-like, the opinion of other people, and to say with them that if she didn't do it, what explanation could there be? Since seeing you, I have reflected very carefully on the alternative solution presented at the time and brought forward by the defense at the trial. That is, that Amyas Crail took his own life. Although from what I knew of him, that solution seemed quite fantastic at the time. I now see fit to modify my opinion. To begin with, and highly significant, is the fact that Caroline believed it. If we are now to take it that charming and gentle lady was unjustly convicted, then her own frequently reiterated belief must carry great weight. She knew Amyas better than anyone else. If she thought suicide possible, then suicide must have been possible in spite of the skepticism of his friends. I will advance the theory, therefore, that there was in Amyas Crail some core of conscience, some undercurrent of remorse and even despair at the excesses to which his temperament led him, of which only his wife was aware. This, I think, is a not impossible supposition. He may have shown that side of himself only to her, though it is inconsistent with anything I ever heard him say. Yet it is nevertheless a truth that in most men there is some unsuspected and inconsistent streak which often comes as a surprise to people who have known them intimately. A respected and austere man is discovered to have had a coarser side to his life hidden. A vulgar moneymaker has, perhaps, a secret appreciation of some delicate work of art. Hard and ruthless people have been convicted of unsuspected hidden kindnesses. Generous and jovial men have been shown to have a mean and cruel side to them. So it may be that in Amyas Crowley there ran a strain of morbid self-accusation, and that the more he blustered out his egoism and his right to do as he pleased, the more strongly that secret conscience of his worked. It is improbable, on the face of it, but I now believe that it must have been so. And I repeat again, Caroline herself held steadfastly to that view. That, I repeat, is significant. And now, to examine facts, or rather my memory of facts, in the light of that new belief. I think that I might with relevance include here a conversation I held with Caroline some weeks before the actual tragedy. It was during Elsa Greer's first visit to Alderbury. Caroline, as I have told you, was aware of my deep affection and friendship for her. I was, therefore, the person in whom she could most easily confide. She had not been looking very happy. Nevertheless, I was surprised when she suddenly asked me one day whether I thought Amyas really cared very much for this girl he had brought down. I said, "He's interested in painting her. You know what Amyas is." She shook her head and said, "No. He's in love with her. Well, perhaps a little. A great deal. I think," I said, "she is unusually attractive. I admit. And we both know that Amyas is susceptible. But you must know by now, my dear, that Amyas really only cares for one person, and that is you. He has these infatuations, but they don't last. You are the one person to him, and though he behaves badly, it does not really affect his feeling for you." Caroline said, "That is what I always used to think. Believe me." "Caro," I said, "it is so." She said, "But this time, Mary, I'm afraid. That girl is so terribly sincere. She's so young and so intense. I've a feeling that this time it's serious." I said, "But the very fact that she is so young and, as you say, so sincere, will protect her. On the whole, women are fair game to Amyas, but in the case of a girl like this, it will be different." She said, "Yes, that's what I'm afraid of. It will be different." And she went on, "I'm 34, you know, Mary, and we've been married 10 years. In looks I can't hold a candle to this Elsa child, and I know it." I said, "But you know, Caroline, you know that Amyas is really devoted to you." She said, "To that does one ever know with men?" And then she laughed a little ruefully and said, "I'm a very primitive woman, Mary. I'd like to take a hatchet to that girl." I told her that the child probably didn't understand in the least what she was doing. She had a great admiration and hero worship for Amyas, and she probably didn't realize at all that Amyas was falling in love with her. Caroline just said to me, "Dear Mary," and began to talk about the garden. I hoped that she was not going to worry any more about the matter. Shortly afterwards, Elsa went back to London. Amyas was away too for several weeks. I had really forgotten all about the business. And then I heard that Elsa was back again at Alderbury in order that Amyas might finish the picture. I was a little disturbed by the news, but Caroline, when I saw her, was not in a communicative mood. She seemed quite her usual self, not worried or upset in any way. I imagined that everything was all right. That's why it was such a shock to me to learn how far the thing had gone. I have told you of my conversations with Crail and with Elsa. I had no opportunity of talking to Caroline. We were only able to exchange those few words about which I have already told you. I can see her face now, the wide, dark eyes, and the restrained emotion. I can still hear her voice as she said, "Everything's finished." I can't describe to you the infinite desolation she conveyed in those words. They were a literal statement of truth. With Amyas's defection, everything was finished for her. That, I am convinced, was why she took the quinine. It was a way out, a way suggested to her by my stupid dissertation on the drug, and the passage I read from the Phaedo gives a gracious picture of death. Here is my present belief. She took the quinine, resolved to end her own life when Amyas left her. He may have seen her take it, or he may have discovered that she had it later. That discovery acted upon him with terrific force. He was horrified at what his actions had led her to contemplate, but notwithstanding his horror and remorse, he still felt himself incapable of giving up Elsa. I can understand that. Anyone who had fallen in love with her would find it almost impossible to tear himself away. He could not envisage life without Elsa. He realized that Caroline could not live without him. He decided there was only one way out to use the quinine himself, and the manner in which he did it might be characteristic of the man. I think his painting was the dearest thing in life to him. He chose to die literally with his brush in his hand, and the last thing his eyes would see was the face of the girl he loved so desperately. He might have thought, too, that his death would be the best thing for her. I admit that this theory leaves certain curious facts unexplained. Why, for instance, were only Caroline's fingerprints found on the empty quinine bottle? I suggest that after Amyas had handled it, all prints got smudged or rubbed off by the soft piles of stuffs that were lying over the bottle, and that, after his death, Caroline handled it to see if anyone had touched it. Surely that is possible and plausible. As to the evidence about the fingerprints on the beer bottle, the witnesses for the defense were of opinion that a man's hand might be distorted after taking poison, and so could manage to grasp a beer bottle in a wholly unnatural way. One other thing remains to be explained: Caroline's own attitude throughout the trial. But I think I have now seen the cause for that. It was she who actually took the poison from my laboratory. It was her determination to do away with herself that impelled her husband to take his own life instead. Surely it is not unreasonable to suppose that in a morbid excess of responsibility she considered herself responsible for his death, that she persuaded herself that she was guilty of murder, though not the kind of murder of which she was being accused. I think all that could be so, and if that is the case, then surely it will be easy for you to persuade little Carla of the fact, and she can marry her young man and rest contented that the only thing of which her mother was guilty was an impulse no more to take her own life. All this, alas, is not what you asked me for, which was an account of the happenings as I remember them. Let me now repair that omission. I have already told you fully what happened on the day preceding Amyas's death. We now come to the day itself. I had slept very badly, worried by the disastrous turn of events for my friends. After a long, wakeful period, whilst I vainly tried to think of something helpful I could do to avert the catastrophe, I fell into a heavy sleep about 6 a.m. The bringing of my early tea did not awaken me, and I finally woke up heavy-headed and unrefreshed about 9:30. It was shortly after that I thought I heard movements in the room below me, which was the room I used as a laboratory. I may say here that actually the sounds were probably caused by a cat getting in. I found the window sash raised a little way, as it had carelessly been left from the day before. It was just wide enough to admit the passage of a cat. I merely mentioned the sounds to explain how I came to enter the laboratory. I went in there as soon as I had dressed, and looking along the shelves, I noticed that the bottle containing the preparation of quinine was slightly out of line with the rest. Having had my eye drawn to it in this way, I was startled to see that a considerable quantity of it had gone. The bottle had been nearly full the day before. Now it was nearly empty. I shut and locked the window and went out. Locking the door behind me, I was considerably upset and also bewildered. When startled, my mental processes are, I am afraid, somewhat slow. I was first disturbed, then apprehensive, and finally definitely alarmed. I questioned the household, and they all denied having entered the laboratory at all. I thought things over a little while longer, and then decided to ring up my brother and get his advice. Philip was quicker than I was. He saw the seriousness of my discovery and urged me to come over at once and consult with him. I went out, encountering Miss Williams, who had come across from the other side to look for a truant pupil. I assured her that I had not seen Angela and that she had not been to the house. I think that Miss Williams noticed there was something amiss. She looked at me rather curiously. I had no intention, however, of telling her what had happened. I suggested she should try the kitchen garden. Angela had a favorite apple tree there, and I myself hurried down to the shore and rowed myself across to the Alderberry side. My brother was already there waiting for me. We walked up to the house together, by the way you and I went the other day. Having seen the topography, you can understand that in passing underneath the wall of the Battery garden, we were bound to overhear anything being said inside it. Beyond the fact that Caroline and Amyas were engaged in a disagreement of some kind, I did not pay much attention to what was said. Certainly, I overheard no threat of any kind uttered by Caroline. The subject of discussion was Angela, and I presume Caroline was pleading for a respite from the fiat of school. Amyas, however, was adamant, shouting out irritably that it was all settled. He'd see to her packing. The door of the Battery opened just as we drew abreast of it, and Caroline came out. She looked disturbed, but not unduly so. She smiled rather absently at me and said they had been discussing Angela. Elsa came down the path at that minute, and as Amyas clearly wanted to get on with the sitting without interruption from us, we went on up the path. Philip blamed himself severely afterwards for the fact that we did not take immediate action, but I myself cannot see it the same way. We had no earthly right to assume that such a thing as murder was being contemplated. Moreover, I now believe that it was not contemplated. It was clear that we should have to adopt some course of action, but I still maintain that we were right to talk the matter over carefully first. It was necessary to find the right thing to do, and once or twice I found myself wondering if I had not after all made a mistake. Had the bottle really been full the day before? As I thought, I am not one of those people, like my brother Philip, who can be cocksure of everything. One's memory does play tricks on one. How often? For instance, one is convinced one has put an article in a certain place. Later, to find that you have put it somewhere quite different. The more I tried to recall the state of the bottle on the preceding afternoon, the more uncertain and doubtful I became. This was very annoying to Philip, who began completely to lose patience with me. We were not able to continue our discussion at the time, and tacitly agreed to postpone it until after lunch. I may say that I was always free to drop in for lunch at Alderbury if I chose. Later, Angela and Caroline brought us beer. I asked Angela what she had been up to playing truant, and told her Miss Williams was on the warpath, and she said she had been bathing and added that she didn't see why she should have to mend her horrible old skirt when she was going to have all new things to go to school with. Since there seemed no chance of further talk with Philip alone, and since I was really anxious to think things out by myself, I wandered off down the path towards the battery, just above the battery. As I showed you, there is a clearing in the trees where there used to be an old bench. I sat there smoking and thinking, and watching Elsa as she sat posing for Amyas. I shall always think of her as she was that day. Rigid in the pose, with her yellow shirt and dark blue trousers and a red pullover slung around her shoulders for warmth. Her face was so alight with life and health and radiance, and that gay voice of hers reciting plans for the future. This sounds as though I was eavesdropping, but that is not so. I was perfectly visible to Elsa. Both she and Amyas knew I was there. She waved her hand at me and called up that Amyas was a perfect bear. That morning he wouldn't let her rest. She was stiff and aching all over. Amyas growled out that she wasn't as stiff as he was. He was stiff all over muscular rheumatism, Elsa said mockingly. Poor old man. And he said she'd be taking on a creaking invalid. It shocked me. You know, their light-hearted acquiescence in their future together, whilst they were causing so much suffering. And yet I couldn't hold it against her. She was so young, so confident, so very much in love. And she didn't really know what she was doing. She didn't understand suffering. She just assumed, with the naive confidence of a child, that Caroline would be all right, that she'd soon get over it. She saw nothing, you see, but herself and Amyas happy together. She'd already told me my point of view was old-fashioned. She had no doubts, no qualms, no pity either. But can one expect pity from radiant youth? It is an older, wiser emotion. They didn't talk very much, of course. No painter wants to be chattering when he is working. Perhaps every 10 minutes or so, Elsa would make an observation, and Amyas would grunt a reply. Once she said, I think you're right about Spain. That's the first place we'll go to, and you must take me to see a bullfight. It must be wonderful. Only I'd like the bull, to kill the man, not the other way about. I understand how Roman women felt when they saw a man die. Men aren't much, but animals are splendid. I suppose she was rather like an animal, herself young and primitive, and with nothing yet of man's sad experience and doubtful wisdom. I don't believe Elsa had begun to think she only felt, but she was very much alive, more alive than any person I have ever known. That was the last time I saw her radiant and assured on top of the world. Fey is the word for it, isn't it? The bell sounded for lunch, and I got up and went down the path and in at the battery door, and Elsa joined me. It was dazzlingly bright there, coming in out of the shady trees. I could hardly see. Amyas was sprawled back on the seat, his arms flung out. He was staring at the picture. I've so often seen him like that. How was I to know that already the poison was working, stiffening him as he sat? He so hated and resented illness. He would never own to it. I dare say he thought he had got a touch of the sun. The symptoms are much the same, but he'd be the last person to complain about it. Elsa said, "He won't come up to lunch." Privately, I thought he was wise. I said, "So long." Then, he moved his eyes from the picture until they rested on me. There was a queer, how shall I describe it? It looked like malevolence, a kind of malevolent glare. Naturally, I didn't understand it then. If his picture wasn't going as he liked, he often looked quite murderous. I thought that was what it was. He made a sort of grunting sound. Neither Elsa nor I saw anything unusual in him, just artistic temperament. So we left him there, and she and I went up to the house, laughing and talking. If she'd known, poor child, that she'd never see him alive again. Oh, well, thank God she didn't. She was able to be happy a little longer. Caroline was quite normal at lunch, a little preoccupied, nothing more. And doesn't that show that she had nothing to do with it? She couldn't have been such an actress. She and the governess went down afterwards and found him. I met Miss Williams as she came up. She told me to telephone a doctor and went back to Caroline. That poor child Elsa. I mean, she had that frantic, unrestrained grief that a child has. They can't believe that life can do these things to them. Caroline was quite calm. Yes, she was quite calm. She was able, of course, to control herself better than Elsa. She didn't seem remorseful then. Just said he must have done it himself. And we couldn't believe that. Elsa burst out and accused her to her face. Of course she may have realized, already, that she herself would be suspected. Yes, that probably explains her manner. Philip was quite convinced that she had done it. The governess was a great help and standby. She made Elsa lie down and gave her a sedative. And she kept Angela out of the way when the police came. Yes, she was a tower of strength. That woman. The whole thing became a nightmare. The police searching the house and asking questions, and then the reporters swarming about the place like flies and clicking cameras and wanting interviews with members of the family. A nightmare. The whole thing. It's a nightmare. After all these years, please God, once you've convinced little Carla what really happened, we can forget it all and never remember it again. Amyas must have committed suicide, however unlikely it seems. End of Meredith Blake's narrative. Narrative of Lady Didisham 3. I have set down here the full story of my meeting with Amyas Crail, up to the time of his tragic death. I saw him first at a studio party. He was standing, I remember, by a window, and I saw him as I came in at the door. I asked who he was. Someone said, "That's Crail, the painter." I said at once that I'd like to meet him. We talked on that occasion for perhaps 10 minutes. When anyone makes the impression on you that Amyas Creole made on me, it's hopeless to attempt to describe them. If I say that when I saw Amyas Creole, everybody else seemed to grow very small and fade away, that expresses it as well as anything can. Immediately after that meeting, I went to look at as many of his pictures as I could. He had a show on in Bond Street at the moment. There was one of his pictures in Manchester, and one in Leeds, and 2 in public galleries in London. I went to see them all. Then I met him again. I said, "I've been to see all your pictures. I think they're wonderful." He just looked amused. He said, "Who said you were any judge of painting? I don't believe you know anything about it." I said, "Perhaps not, but they are marvelous. All the same." He grinned at me and said, "Don't be a gushing little fool." I said, "I'm not. I want you to paint me." Creole said, "If you've any sense at all, you'll realize that I don't paint portraits of pretty women." I said, "It needn't be a portrait, and I'm not a pretty woman." He looked at me then, as though he'd begun to see me. He said, "No, perhaps you're not." I said, "Will you paint me then?" He studied me for some time with his head on one side. Then he said, "You're a strange child, aren't you?" I said, "I'm quite rich. You know, I can afford to pay well for it." He said, "Why are you so anxious for me to paint you?" I said, "Because I want it." He said, "Is that a reason?" And I said, "Yes. I always get what I want." He said then, "Oh, my poor child, how young you are." I said, "Will you paint me?" He took me by the shoulders and turned me towards the light and looked me over. Then he stood away from me a little. I stood quite still, waiting. He said, "I've sometimes wanted to paint a flight of impossibly colored Australian macaws alighting on St. Paul's Cathedral. If I painted you against a nice traditional bit of outdoor landscape, I believe I'd get exactly the same result." I said, "Then you will paint me." He said, "You're one of the loveliest, crudest, most flamboyant bits of exotic coloring I've ever seen." "I'll paint you," I said. "Then that's settled," he went on. "But I'll warn you, Elsa Greer, if I do paint you, I shall probably make love to you." I said, "I hope you will." I said it quite steadily and quietly. I heard him catch his breath, and I saw the look that came into his eyes. You see, it was as sudden as all that. A day or 2 later, we met again. He told me that he wanted me to come down to Devonshire. He'd got the very place there that he wanted for a background. He said, "I'm married, you know, and I'm very fond of my wife." I said, if he was fond of her, she must be very nice. He said she was extremely nice. In fact, he said, she's quite adorable, and I adore her. So put that in your pipe, young Elsa, and smoke it. I told him that I quite understood. He began the picture a week later. Caroline Creole welcomed me very pleasantly. She didn't like me much, but after all, why should she? Amyas was very circumspect. He never said a word to me that his wife couldn't have overheard. And I was quite polite and formal to him. Underneath, though, we both knew. After 10 days, he told me I was to go back to London. I said, the picture isn't finished. He said, it's barely begun. The truth is, I can't paint you, Elsa. I said, why? He said, you know well enough why. Elsa, And that's why you've got to clear out. I can't think about the painting. I can't think about anything but you. We were in the Battery Garden. It was a hot, sunny day. There were birds and humming bees. It ought to have been very happy and peaceful. But it didn't feel like that. It felt somehow tragic. As though what was going to happen was already mirrored there. I knew it would be no good my going back to London, but I said, very well, I'll go if you say so. Amia said, good girl. So I went. I didn't write to him. He held out for 10 days, and then he came. He was so thin and haggard and miserable that it shocked me. He said, I warned you. Elsa, don't say I didn't warn you. I said, I've been waiting for you. I knew you'd come. He gave a sort of groan and said, there are things that are too strong for any man. I can't eat or sleep or rest for wanting you. I said I knew that, and that it was the same with me, and had been from the first moment I'd seen him. It was fate, and it was no use struggling against it. He said, you haven't struggled much, have you, Elsa? And I said I hadn't struggled at all. He said he wished I wasn't so young. And I said that didn't matter. I suppose I might say that for the next few weeks we were very happy. But happiness isn't quite the word. It was something deeper and more frightening than that. We were made for each other, and we'd found each other, and we both knew we'd got to be together always. But something else happened, too. The unfinished picture began to haunt Amias. He said to me, damned funny, I couldn't paint you before you yourself got in the way of it. But I want to paint you, Elsa. I want to paint you so that that picture will be the finest thing I've ever done. I'm itching and aching now to get at my brushes, to see you sitting there on that hoary old chestnut of a battlement wall with the conventional blue sea and the decorous English trees, and you sitting there like a discordant shriek of triumph. He said, and I've got to paint you that way, and I can't be fussed and bothered while I'm doing it. When the picture's finished, I'll tell Caroline the truth, and we'll get the whole messy business cleared up. I said, will Caroline make a fuss about divorcing you? He said he didn't think so, but you never knew with women. I said I was sorry if she was going to be upset, but after all, I said, these things did happen. He said, very nice and reasonable. Elsa, but Caroline isn't reasonable, never has been reasonable, and certainly isn't going to feel reasonable. She loves me, you know. I said I understood that, but if she loved him, she'd put his happiness first, and at any rate she wouldn't want to keep him if he wanted to be free. He said, life can't really be solved by admirable maxims out of modern literature. Nature's red in tooth and claw, remember? I said, surely we are all civilized people nowadays, and Amyas laughed. He said civilized people my foot. Caroline would probably like to take a hatchet to you. She might do it too. Don't you realize, Elsa, that she's going to suffer? Don't you know what suffering means? I said. Then don't tell her. He said, no, the break's got to come. You've got to belong to me properly. Elsa, before all the world, openly mine. I said, suppose she won't divorce you? He said, I'm not afraid of that. I said, what are you afraid of then? And then he said, bald, slowly, I don't know. You see, he knew Caroline. I didn't. If I'd had any idea, we went down again to Alderbury. Things were difficult this time. Caroline had got suspicious. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I didn't like it a bit. I've always hated deceit and concealment. I thought we ought to tell her. Amias wouldn't hear of it. The funny part of it was that he didn't really care at all. In spite of being fond of Caroline and not wanting to hurt her, he just didn't care about the honesty or dishonesty of it all. He was painting with a kind of frenzy, and nothing else mattered. I hadn't seen him in one of his working spells before. I realized now what a really great genius he was. It was natural for him to be so carried away that all the ordinary decencies didn't matter. But it was different for me. I was in a horrible position. Caroline resented me, and quite rightly. The only thing to put the position quite straight was to be honest and tell her the truth. But all Amias would say was that he wasn't going to be bothered with scenes and fusses until he'd finished the picture. I said there probably wouldn't be a scene. Caroline would have too much dignity and pride for that. I said I want to be honest about it all. We've got to be honest, Amias said. To hell with honesty. I'm painting a picture. Damn it. I did see his point of view, but he wouldn't see mine. And in the end, I broke down. Caroline had been talking of some plans she and Amias were going to carry out next autumn. She talked about it quite confidently, and I suddenly felt it was too abominable. What we were doing, letting her go on like this, and perhaps, too, I was angry, because she was really being very unpleasant to me, in a clever sort of way that one couldn't take hold of. And so I came out with the truth. In a way, I still think I was right, though, of course, I wouldn't have done it if I'd had the faintest idea what was to come of it. The clash came right away. Amias was furious with me, but he had to admit that what I had said was true. I didn't understand Caroline at all. We all went over to Meredith Blake's to tea, and Caroline played up marvelously, talking and laughing, like a fool. I thought she was taking it well. It was awkward my not being able to leave the house. But Amias would have gone up in smoke if I had. I thought perhaps Caroline would go. It would have made it much easier for us if she had. I didn't see her take the quinine. I want to be honest, so I think that it's just possible that she may have taken it as she said she did, with the idea of suicide in her mind. But I don't really think so. I think she was one of those intensely jealous and possessive women who won't let go of anything that they think belongs to them. Amias was her property. I think she was quite prepared to kill him rather than to let him go completely and finally to another woman. I think she made up her mind, right away, to kill him. And I think that Meredith's happening to discuss quinine so freely just gave her the means to do what she'd already made up her mind to do. She was a very bitter and revengeful woman, vindictive. Amias knew all along that she was dangerous. I didn't. The next morning, she had a final showdown with Amias. I heard most of it from the outside on the terrace. He was splendid, very patient, and calm. He implored her to be reasonable. He said he was very fond of her and the child, and always would be. He'd do everything he could do to assure their future. Then he hardened up and said, "But understand this. I'm damned well going to marry Elsa, and nothing shall stop me. You and I always agreed to leave each other free. These things happen." Caroline said to him, "Do as you please. I've warned you." Her voice was very quiet, but there was a queer note in it. Amyas said, "What do you mean, Caroline?" She said, "You're mine and I don't mean to let you go. Sooner than let you go to that girl, I'll kill you." Just at that minute, Philip Blake came along the terrace. I got up and went to meet him. I didn't want him to overhear. Presently, Amyas came out and said it was time to get on with the picture. We went down together to the Battery. He didn't say much, just said that Caroline was cutting up rough, but for God's sake not to talk about it. He wanted to concentrate on what he was doing. Another day, he said, would about finish the picture. He said, "And it'll be the best thing I've ever done. Elsa, even if it is paid for in blood and tears." A little later, I went up to the house to get a pullover. There was a chilly wind blowing. When I came back again, Caroline was there. I suppose she had come down to make one last appeal. Philip and Meredith Blake were there too. It was then that Amyas said he was thirsty and wanted a drink. He said there was beer, but it wasn't iced. Caroline said she'd send him down some iced beer. She said it quite naturally in an almost friendly tone. She was an actress. That woman. She must have known then what she meant to do. She brought it down about 10 minutes later. Amyas was painting. She poured it out and set the glass down beside him. Neither of us were watching her. Amyas was intent on what he was doing, and I had to keep the pose. Amyas drank it down the way he always drank beer, just pouring it down his throat in one draught. Then he made a face and said it tasted foul, but at any rate it was cold. And even then, when he said that, no suspicion entered my head. I just laughed and said liver. When she'd seen him drink it, Carolyn went away. It must have been about 40 minutes later that Amyas complained of stiffness and pains. He said he thought he must have got a touch of muscular rheumatism. Amyas was always intolerant of any ailment, and he didn't like being fussed over. After saying that, he turned it off with a light old age. "I suppose you've taken on a creaking old man. Elsa." I played up to him, but I noticed that his legs moved stiffly and queerly and that he grimaced once or twice. I never dreamt that it wasn't rheumatism. Presently, he drew the bench along and sat sprawled on that, occasionally stretching up to put a touch of paint here and there on the canvas. He used to do that sometimes when he was painting. Just sit staring at me and then the canvas. Sometimes he'd do it for half an hour at a time. So I didn't think it specially queer. We heard the bell go for lunch, and he said he wasn't coming up. He'd stay where he was, and he didn't want anything. That wasn't unusual either, and it would be easier for him than facing Caroline at the table. He was talking in rather a queer way, grunting out his words. But he sometimes did that when he was dissatisfied with the progress of the picture. Meredith Blake came in to fetch me. He spoke to Amyas, but Amyas only grunted at him. We went up to the house together and left him there. We left him there to die alone. I'd never seen much illness. I didn't know much about it. I thought Amyas was just in a painter's mood. If I'd known, if I'd realized, perhaps a doctor could have saved him. Oh God, why didn't I? It's no good thinking of that now. I was a blind fool. A blind, stupid fool. There isn't much more to tell. Caroline and the governess went down there after lunch. Meredith followed them. Presently he came running up. He told us Amyas was dead. Then I knew. I mean that it was Caroline. I still didn't think of poison. I thought she'd gone down that minute and either shot him or stabbed him. I wanted to get at her to kill her. How could she do it? How could she? He was so alive, so full of life and vigor. To put all that out to make him limp and cold, just so that I shouldn't have him. Horrible woman. Horrible. Scornful. Cruel. Vindictive woman. I hate her. I still hate her. They didn't even hang her. They ought to have hanged her. Even hanging was too good for her. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. End of Lady Dittisham's narrative. Narrative of Cecilia Williams for Dear Miss Poirot, I am sending you an account of those events in September 19, actually witnessed by myself. I have been absolutely frank and have kept nothing back. You may show it to Carla Crail. It may pain her, but I have always been a believer in truth. Palliatives are harmful. One must have the courage to face reality. Without that courage, life is meaningless. The people who do us most harm are the people who shield us from reality. Believe me, yours sincerely, Cecilia Williams. My name is Cecilia Williams. I was engaged by Mrs. Crail as governess to her half-sister Angela Warren. In 19, I was then 48. I took up my duties at Alderbury, a very beautiful estate in South Devon, which had belonged to Mr. Crail's family for many generations. I knew that Mr. Crail was a well-known painter, but I did not meet him until I took up residence at Alderbury. The household consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Crail, Angela Warren, then a girl of 13, and 3 servants, all of whom had been with the family many years. I found my pupil an interesting and promising character. She had very marked abilities, and it was a pleasure to teach her. She was somewhat wild and undisciplined, but these faults arose mainly through high spirits, and I have always preferred my girls to show spirit. An excess of vitality can be trained and guided into paths of real usefulness and achievement. On the whole, I found Angela amenable to discipline. She had been somewhat spoiled, mainly by Mrs. Crail, who was far too indulgent where she was concerned. Mr. Crail's influence was, I considered, unwise. He indulged her absurdly one day, and was unnecessarily peremptory on another occasion. He was very much a man of moods, possibly owing to what is styled the artistic temperament. I have never seen, myself, why the possession of artistic ability should be supposed to excuse a man from a decent exercise of self-control. I did not myself admire Mr. Crail's paintings. The drawings seemed to me faulty and the coloring exaggerated, but naturally I was not called upon to express any opinion on these matters. I soon formed a deep attachment to Mrs. Crail. I admired her character and her fortitude in the difficulties of her life. Mr. Crail was not a faithful husband, and I think that that fact was the source of much pain to her. A stronger-minded woman would have left him, but Mrs. Crail never seemed to contemplate such a course. She endured his infidelities and forgave him for them, but I may say that she did not take them meekly. She remonstrated, and with spirit. It was said at the trial that they led a cat and dog life. I would not go as far as that, Mrs. Crail had too much dignity for that term to apply, but they did have quarrels, and I consider that that was only natural under the circumstances. I had been with Mrs. Crail just over 2 years when Miss Elsa Greer appeared upon the scene. She arrived down at Alderbury in the summer of 19. Mrs. Crail had not met her previously. She was Mr. Kenyon, Crail's friend, and she was said to be there for the purpose of having her portrait painted. It was apparent at once that Mr. Crail was infatuated with this girl, and that the girl herself was doing nothing to discourage him. She behaved, in my opinion, quite outrageously, being abominably rude to Mrs. de Crail and openly flirting with Mr. Crail. Naturally, Mrs. Crail said nothing to me, but I could see that she was disturbed and unhappy, and I did everything in my power to distract her mind and lighten her burden. Miss Greer sat every day to Mr. Crail, but I noticed that the picture was not getting on very fast. They had, no doubt, other things to talk about. My pupil, I am thankful to say, noticed very little of what was going on. Angela was in some ways young for her age. Though her intellect was well developed, she was not at all what I may term precocious. She seemed to have no wish to read undesirable books, and showed no signs of morbid curiosity such as girls often do at her age. She, therefore, saw nothing undesirable in the friendship between Mr. Crail and Miss Greer. Nevertheless, she disliked Miss Greer and thought her stupid. Here she was quite right. Miss Greer had had, I presume, a proper education, but she never opened a book and was quite unfamiliar with current literary allusions. Moreover, she could not sustain a discussion on any intellectual subject. She was entirely taken up with her personal appearance, her clothes, and men. Angela, I think, did not even realize that her sister was unhappy. She was not, at that time, a very perceptive person. She spent a lot of time in hoydenish pastimes, such as tree climbing and wild feats of bicycling. She was also a passionate reader and showed excellent taste in what she liked and disliked. Mrs. Crail was always careful to conceal any signs of unhappiness from Angela, and exerted herself to appear bright and cheerful when the girl was about. Miss Greer went back to London, at which, I can tell you, we were all very pleased. The servants disliked her as much as I did. She was the kind of person who gives a lot of unnecessary trouble and forgets to say thank you. Mr. Crail went away shortly afterwards, and of course, I knew that he had gone after the girl. I was very sorry for Mrs. Crail. She felt these things very keenly. I felt extremely bitter towards Mr. Crail. When a man has a charming, gracious, intelligent wife, he's no business to treat her badly. However, she and I both hoped the affair would soon be over. Not that we mentioned the subject to each other, we did not, but she knew quite well how I felt about it. Unfortunately, after some weeks, the pair of them reappeared. It seemed the sittings were to be resumed. Mr. Crail was now painting with absolute frenzy. He seemed less preoccupied with the girl than with his picture of her. Nevertheless, I realized that this was not the usual kind of thing we had gone through before. This girl had got her claws into him, and she meant business. He was just like wax in her hands. The thing came to a head on the day before he died, that is on September 17. Miss Greer's manner had been unbearably insolent the last few days. She was feeling sure of herself, and she wanted to assert her importance. Mrs. Crail behaved like a true gentlewoman. She was icily polite, but she showed the other clearly what she thought of her. On this day, Septish 17, as we were sitting in the drawing room after lunch, Miss Greer came out with an amazing remark as to how she was going to redecorate the room when she was living at Alderbury. Naturally, Mrs. Crail couldn't let that pass. She challenged her, and Miss Greer had the impudence to say, before us all, that she was going to marry Mr. Crail. She actually talked about marrying a married man, and she said it to his wife. I was very, very angry with Mr. Crail. How dared he let this girl insult his wife in her own drawing room? If he wanted to run away with the girl, he should have gone off with her, not brought her into his wife's house and backed her up in her insolence. In spite of what she must have felt, Mrs. Crail did not lose her dignity. Her husband came in just then, and she immediately demanded confirmation from him. He was, not unnaturally, annoyed with Miss Greer for her unconsidered forcing of the situation. Apart from anything else, it made him appear at a disadvantage, and men do not like appearing at a disadvantage. It upsets their vanity. He stood there, a great giant of a man, looking as sheepish and foolish as a naughty schoolboy. It was his wife who carried off the honors of the situation. He had to mutter foolishly that it was true, but that he hadn't meant her to learn it like this. I have never seen anything like the look of scorn she gave him. She went out of the room with her head held high. She was a beautiful woman, much more beautiful than that flamboyant girl, and she walked like an empress. I hoped, with all my heart, that Ammius Crail would be punished for the cruelty he had displayed and for the indignity he had put upon a long-suffering and noble woman for the first time. I tried to say something of what I felt to Mrs. Crail, but she stopped me. She said, "We must try and behave as usual. It's the best way. We're all going over to Meredith Blake's to tea." I said to her, "Then I think you are wonderful." "Mrs. Crail," she said, "you don't know." Then, as she was going out of the room, she came back and kissed me. She said, "You're such a comfort to me." She went to her room then, and I think she cried. I saw her when they all started off. She was wearing a big brimmed hat that shaded her face, a hat she very seldom wore. Mr. Crail was uneasy, but was trying to brazen things out. Mr. Philip Blake was trying to behave as usual. That Miss Greer was looking like a cat who has got at the cream jug. All self-satisfaction and purrs. They all started off. They got back about 6. I did not see Mrs. Crail again alone that evening. She was very quiet and composed at dinner, and she went to bed early. I don't think that anyone knew how she was suffering. The evening was taken up with a kind of running quarrel between Mr. Crail and Angela. They brought up the old school question again. He was irritable and on edge, and she was unusually trying. The whole matter was settled, and her outfit had been bought. And there was no sense in starting up an argument again, but she suddenly chose to make a grievance of it. I have no doubt she sensed the tension in the air, and that it reacted on her as much as on everybody else. I am afraid I was too preoccupied with my own thoughts to try and check her as I should have done. It all ended with her flinging a paperweight at Mr. Hercule and dashing out of the room. I went after her and told her sharply that I was ashamed of her behaving like a baby, but she was still very uncontrolled, and I thought it best to leave her alone. I hesitated as to whether to go to Mrs. Crail's room, but I decided in the end that it would, perhaps, annoy her. I wished since that I had overcome my diffidence and insisted on her talking to me. If she had done so, it might possibly have made a difference. She had no one, you see, in whom she could confide. Although I admire self-control, I must regretfully admit that sometimes it can be carried too far. A natural outlet to the feelings is better. I met Mr. Crail as I went along to my room. He said good night, but I did not answer. The next morning was, I remember, a beautiful day. One felt when waking that surely with such peace all around, even a man must come to his senses. I went into Angela's room before going down to breakfast, but she was already up and out. I picked up a torn skirt which she had left lying on the floor and took it down with me for her to mend after breakfast. She had, however, obtained bread and marmalade from the kitchen and gone out. After I had had my own breakfast, I went in search of her. I mention this to explain why I was not more with Mrs. Crail on that morning as perhaps I should have been. At the time, however, I felt it was my duty to look for Angela. She was very naughty and obstinate about mending her clothes, and I had no intention of allowing her to defy me in the matter. Her bathing dress was missing, and I accordingly went down to the beach. There was no sign of her in the water or on the rocks, so I conceived it possible that she had gone over to Mr. Meredith Blake's. She and he were great friends. I accordingly rowed myself across and resumed my search. I did not find her and eventually returned. Mrs. Crail, Mr. Bisham Blake, and Mr. Philip Blake were on the terrace. It was very hot that morning, if one was out of the wind, and the house and terrace were sheltered. Mrs. Crail suggested they might like some iced beer. There was a little conservatory which had been built on to the house in Victorian days. Mrs. Crail disliked it, and it was not used for plants, but it had been made into a kind of bar, with various bottles of gin, vermouth, lemonade, ginger beer, etc., summer on shelves, and a small refrigerator which was filled with ice every morning, and in which some beer and ginger beer was always kept. Mrs. Crail went there to get the beer, and I went with her. Angela was at the refrigerator and was just taking out a bottle of beer. Mrs. Crail went in ahead of me. She said, I want a bottle of beer to take down to Amias. It is so difficult now to know whether I ought to have suspected anything. Her voice, I feel almost convinced, was perfectly normal, but I must admit that at that moment I was intent, not on her, but on Angela. Angela was by the refrigerator, and I was glad to see that she looked red and rather guilty. I was rather sharp with her, and to my surprise, she was quite meek. I asked her where she had been, and she said she had been bathing. I said I didn't see you on the beach, and she laughed. Then I asked her where her jersey was, and she said she must have left it down on the beach. I mention these details to explain why I let Mrs. Crail take the beer down to the Battery Garden. The rest of the morning is quite blank in my mind. Angela fetched her needle book and mended her skirt without any more fuss. I rather think that I mended some of the household linen. Mr. Crail did not come up for lunch. I was glad that he had at least that much decency. After lunch, Mrs. Crail said she was going down to the Battery. I wanted to retrieve Angela's jersey from the beach. We started down together. She went into the Battery I was going on when her cry called me back. As I told you when you came to see me, she asked me to go up and telephone. On the way up, I met Mr. Meredith Blake, and then went back to Mrs. Crail. That was my story, as I told it at the inquest and later at the trial. What I am about to write down, I have never told to any living soul. I was not asked any question to which I returned an untrue answer. Nevertheless, I was guilty of withholding certain facts. I do not repent of that. I would do it again. I am fully aware that in revealing this, I may be laying myself open to censure, but I do not think that after this lapse of time, anyone will take the matter very seriously, especially since Caroline Crail was convicted without my evidence. This, then, is what happened. I met Mr. Meredith Blake, as I said, and I ran down the path again as quickly as I could. I was wearing sand shoes, and I have always been light on my feet. I came to the open Battery door, and this is what I saw. Mrs. Crail was busily polishing the beer bottle on the table with her handkerchief. Having done so, she took her dead husband's hand and pressed the fingers of it on the beer bottle. All the time she was listening and on the alert. It was the fear I saw on her face that told me the truth. I knew then, beyond any possible doubt, that Caroline Crail had poisoned her husband. And I, for one, do not blame her. He drove her to a point beyond human endurance, and he brought his fate upon himself. I never mentioned the incident to Mrs. Crail, and she never knew that I had seen it. Caroline Crail's daughter must not bolster up her life with a lie, however much it may pain her to know the truth. Truth is the only thing that matters. Tell her, from me, that her mother is not to be judged. She was driven beyond what a loving woman can endure. It is for her daughter to understand and forgive. End of Cecilia Williams's narrative. 4. Dear Mr. Poirot, I am sending you an account of those events in September. 19. Actually witnessed by myself. I have been absolutely frank and have kept nothing back. You may show it to Carla Crail. It may pain her, but I have always been a believer in truth. Palliatives are harmful. One must have the courage to face reality. Without that courage, life is meaningless. The people who do us most harm are the people who shield us from reality. Believe me, yours sincerely, Cecilia Williams. My name is Cecilia Williams. I was engaged by Mrs. Crail as governess to her half-sister Angela Warren. In 19, I was then 48. I took up my duties at Alderbury, a very beautiful estate in South Devon, which had belonged to Mr. Crail's family for many generations. I knew that Mr. Crail was a well-known painter, but I did not meet him until I took up residence at Alderbury. The household consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Crail, Angela Warren, then a girl of 13, and 3 servants, all of whom had been with the family many years. I found my pupil an interesting and promising character. She had very marked abilities, and it was a pleasure to teach her. She was somewhat wild and undisciplined, But these faults arose mainly through high spirits, and I have always preferred my girls to show spirit. An excess of vitality can be trained and guided into paths of real usefulness and achievement. On the whole, I found Angela amenable to discipline. She had been somewhat spoiled mainly by Mrs. Christie Crail, who was far too indulgent where she was concerned. Mr. Crail's influence was, I considered, unwise. He indulged her absurdly one day, and was unnecessarily peremptory on another occasion. He was very much a man of moods, possibly owing to what is styled the artistic temperament. I have never seen, myself, why the possession of artistic ability should be supposed to excuse a man from a decent exercise of self-control. I did not myself admire Mr. Crail's paintings. The drawing seemed to me faulty and the coloring exaggerated. But naturally I was not called upon to express any opinion on these matters. I soon formed a deep attachment to Mrs. Crail. I admired her character and her fortitude in the difficulties of her life. Mr. Crail was not a faithful husband, and I think that that fact was the source of much pain to her. A stronger-minded woman would have left him. But Mrs. Crail never seemed to contemplate such a course. She endured his infidelities and forgave him for them, but I may say that she did not take them meekly. She remonstrated, and with spirit. It was said at the trial that they led a cat and dog life. I would not go as far as that. Mrs. Crail had too much dignity for that term to apply. But they did have quarrels, and I consider that that was only natural under the circumstances. I had been with Mrs. Crail just over 2 years when Miss Elsa Greer appeared upon the scene. She arrived down at Alderbury in the summer of 19. Mrs. Crail had not met her previously. She was Mr. Crail's friend, and she was said to be there for the purpose of having her portrait painted. It was apparent at once that Mr. Crail was infatuated with this girl, and that the girl herself was doing nothing to discourage him. She behaved, in my opinion, quite outrageously, being abominably rude to Mrs. Crail, and openly flirting with Mr. Crail. Naturally, Mrs. Crail said nothing to me, but I could see that she was disturbed and unhappy, and I did everything in my power to distract her mind and lighten her burden. Miss Greer sat every day to Mr. Crail, but I noticed that the picture was not getting on very fast. They had, no doubt, other things to talk about. My pupil, I am thankful to say, noticed very little of what was going on. Angela was in some ways young for her age, though her intellect was well developed. She was not at all what I may term precocious. She seemed to have no wish to read undesirable books, and showed no signs of morbid curiosity such as girls often do at her age. She, therefore, saw nothing undesirable in the friendship between Mr. Crail and Miss Greer. Nevertheless, she disliked Miss Greer, and thought her stupid. Here she was quite right. Miss Greer had had, I presume, a proper education, but she never opened a book, and was quite unfamiliar with current literary allusions. Moreover, she could not sustain a discussion on any intellectual subject. She was entirely taken up with her personal appearance, her clothes, and men. Angela, I think, did not even realize that her sister was unhappy. She was not at that time a very perceptive person. She spent a lot of time in hoydenish pastimes, such as tree climbing and wild feats of bicycling. She was also a passionate reader and showed excellent taste in what she liked and disliked. Mrs. Crail was always careful to conceal any signs of unhappiness from Angela, and exerted herself to appear bright and cheerful when the girl was about. Miss Greer went back to London, at which, I can tell you, we were all very pleased. The servants disliked her as much as I did. She was the kind of person who gives a lot of unnecessary trouble and forgets to say thank you. Mr. Crail went away shortly afterwards, and of course I knew that he had gone after the girl. I was very sorry for Mrs. Crail. She felt these things very keenly. I felt extremely bitter towards Mr. Crowell. Mr. Crail. When a man has a charming, gracious, intelligent wife, he's no business to treat her badly. However, she and I both hoped the affair would soon be over. Not that we mentioned the subject to each other, we did not, but she knew quite well how I felt about it. Unfortunately, after some weeks, the pair of them reappeared. It seemed the sittings were to be resumed. Mr. Crail was now painting with absolute frenzy. He seemed less preoccupied with the girl than with his picture of her. Nevertheless, I realized that this was not the usual kind of thing we had gone through before. This girl had got her claws into him, and she meant business. He was just like wax in her hands. The thing came to a head on the day before he died, that is on September 17. Miss Greer's manner had been unbearably insolent the last few days. She was feeling sure of herself, and she wanted to assert her importance. Mrs. Crail behaved like a true gentlewoman. She was icily polite, but she showed the other clearly what she thought of her. On this day, September 17, as we were sitting in the drawing room after lunch, Miss Greer came out with an amazing remark as to how she was going to redecorate the room when she was living at Alderbury. Naturally, Mrs. Crail couldn't let that pass. She challenged her, and Miss Greer had the impudence to say, before us all, that she was going to marry Mr. Crail. She actually talked about marrying a married man, and she said it to his wife. I was very, very angry with Mr. Crail. How dared he let this girl insult his wife in her own drawing room? If he wanted to run away with the girl, he should have gone off with her, not brought her into his wife's house and backed her up in her insolence, in spite of what she must have felt. Mrs. Crail did not lose her dignity. Her husband came in just then, and she immediately demanded confirmation from him. He was, not unnaturally, annoyed with Miss Greer for her unconsidered forcing of the situation. Apart from anything else, it made him appear at a disadvantage, and men do not like appearing at a disadvantage. It upsets their vanity. He stood there, a great giant of a man, looking as sheepish and foolish as a naughty schoolboy. It was his wife who carried off the honors of the situation. He had to mutter foolishly that it was true, but that he hadn't meant her to learn it like this. I have never seen anything like the look of scorn she gave him. She went out of the room with her head held high. She was a beautiful woman, much more beautiful than that flamboyant girl, and she walked like an empress. I hoped, with all my heart, that Amyas Crail would be punished for the cruelty he had displayed and for the indignity he had put upon a long-suffering and noble woman. For the first time, I tried to say something of what I felt to Mrs. Crail, but she stopped me. She said, "We must try and behave as usual. It's the best way. We're all going over to Meredith Blake's to tea. I said to her, then I think you are wonderful. Mrs. Crail. She said, you don't know. Then, as she was going out of the room, she came back and kissed me. She said, you're such a comfort to me. She went to her room then, and I think she cried. I saw her when they all started off. She was wearing a big brimmed hat that shaded her face, a hat she very seldom wore. Mr. Crail was uneasy, but was trying to brazen things out. Mr. Philip Blake was trying to behave as usual. That Miss Greer was looking like a cat who has got at the cream jug. All self-satisfaction and purrs. They all started off. They got back about 6. I did not see Mrs. Crail. Crail again alone that evening. She was very quiet and composed at dinner, and she went to bed early. I don't think that anyone knew how she was suffering. The evening was taken up with a kind of running quarrel between Mr. Crail and Angela. They brought up the old school question again. He was irritable and on edge, and she was unusually trying. The whole matter was settled, and her outfit had been bought, and there was no sense in starting up an argument again. But she suddenly chose to make a grievance of it. I have no doubt she sensed the tension in the air, and that it reacted on her as much as on everybody else. I am afraid I was too preoccupied with my own thoughts to try and check her, as I should have done. It all ended with her flinging a paperweight at Mr. and dashing out of the room. I went after her and told her sharply that I was ashamed of her behaving like a baby. But she was still very uncontrolled, and I thought it best to leave her alone. I hesitated as to whether to go to Mrs. Christie Crail's room, but I decided in the end that it would, perhaps, annoy her. I wish since that I had overcome my diffidence and insisted on her talking to me. If she had done so, it might possibly have made a difference. She had no one, you see, in whom she could confide. Although I admire self-control, I must regretfully admit that sometimes it can be carried too far. A natural outlet to the feelings is better. I met Mr. Crail as I went along to my room. He said good night, but I did not answer. The next morning was, I remember, a beautiful day. One felt when waking that surely, with such peace all around, even a man must come to his senses. I went into Angela's room before going down to breakfast, but she was already up and out. I picked up a torn skirt, which she had left lying on the floor, and took it down with me for her to mend after breakfast. She had, however, obtained bread and marmalade from the kitchen and gone out. After I had had my own breakfast, I went in search of her. I mention this to explain why I was not more with Mrs. Crail on that morning, as perhaps I should have been. At the time, however, I felt it was my duty to look for Angela. She was very naughty and obstinate about mending her clothes, and I had no intention of allowing her to defy me in the matter. Her bathing dress was missing, and I accordingly went down to the beach. There was no sign of her in the water or on the rocks, so I conceived it possible that she had gone over to Mr. Meredith Blake's. She and he were great friends. I accordingly rowed myself across and resumed my search. I did not find her, and eventually returned. Mrs. Crail, Mr. Blake, and Mr. Philip Blake were on the terrace. It was very hot that morning if one was out of the wind, and the house and terrace were sheltered. Mrs. Crail suggested they might like some iced beer. There was a little conservatory which had been built on to the house in Victorian days. Mrs. Crail disliked it, and it was not used for plants, but it had been made into a kind of bar, with various bottles of gin, vermouth, lemonade, ginger beer, etc., on shelves, and a small refrigerator, which was filled with ice every morning, and in which some beer and ginger beer was always kept. Mrs. Crail went there to get the beer, and I went with her. Angela was at the refrigerator and was just taking out a bottle of beer. Mrs. Crail went in ahead of me. She said, "I want a bottle of beer to take down to Amias." It is so difficult now to know whether I ought to have suspected anything. Her voice, I feel almost convinced, was perfectly normal, but I must admit that at that moment I was intent, not on her, but on Angela. Angela was by the refrigerator, and I was glad to see that she looked red and rather guilty. I was rather sharp with her, and to my surprise, she was quite meek. I asked her where she had been, and she said she had been bathing. I said I didn't see you on the beach, and she laughed. Then I asked her where her jersey was, and she said she must have left it down on the beach. I mention these details to explain why I let Mrs. Crail take the beer down to the Battery Garden. The rest of the morning is quite blank in my mind. Angela fetched her needlebook and mended her skirt without any more fuss. I rather think that I mended some of the household linen. Mr. Crail did not come up for lunch. I was glad that he had at least that much decency. After lunch, Mrs. Crail said she was going down to the Battery. I wanted to retrieve Angela's jersey from the beach. We started down together. She went into the Battery I was going on when her cry called me back, as I told you when you came to see me. She asked me to go up and telephone. On the way up, I met Mr. Meredith Blake, and then went back to Mrs. Gregoria Crail. That was my story as I told it at the inquest and later at the trial. What I am about to write down, I have never told to any living soul. I was not asked any question to which I returned an untrue answer. Nevertheless, I was guilty of withholding certain facts. I do not repent of that. I would do it again. I am fully aware that in revealing this, I may be laying myself open to censure. But I do not think that after this lapse of anyone will take the matter very seriously, especially since Caroline Crail was convicted without my evidence. This, then, is what happened. I met Mr. Meredith Blake, as I said, and I ran down the path again as quickly as I could. I was wearing sand shoes, and I have always been light on my feet. I came to the open Battery door, and this is what I saw. Mrs. Crail was busily polishing the beer bottle on the table with her handkerchief. Having done so, she took her dead husband's hand and pressed the fingers of it on the beer bottle. All the time she was listening and on the alert. It was the fear I saw on her face that told me the truth. I knew then, beyond any possible doubt, that Caroline Crail had poisoned her husband. And I, for one, do not blame her. He drove her to a point beyond human endurance, and he brought his fate upon himself. I never mentioned the incident to Mrs. Crail, and she never knew that I had seen it. Caroline Crail's daughter must not bolster up her life with a lie, however much it may pain her to know the truth. Truth is the only thing that matters. Tell her, from me, that her mother is not to be judged. She was driven beyond what a loving woman can endure. It is for her daughter to understand and forgive. End of Cecilia Williams's narrative. 4. Dear Mr. Poirot, I am sending you an account of those events in September 19, actually witnessed by myself. I have been absolutely frank and have kept nothing back. You may show it to Carla Crail. It may pain her, but I have always been a believer in truth. Palliatives are harmful. One must have the courage to face reality. Without that courage, life is meaningless. The people who do us most harm are the people who shield us from reality. Believe me, yours sincerely, Cecilia Williams. My name is Cecilia Williams. I was engaged by Mrs. the Crail as governess to her half-sister Angela Warren. In 19, I was then 48. I took up my duties at Alderbury, a very beautiful estate in South Devon, which had belonged to Mr. Crail's family for many generations. I knew that Mr. Crail was a well-known painter, but I did not meet him until I took up residence at Alderbury. The household consisted of Mr. Tit and Mrs. Crail, Angela Warren, then a girl of 13, and 3 servants, all of whom had been with the family many years. I found my pupil an interesting and promising character. She had very marked abilities, and it was a pleasure to teach her. She was somewhat wild and undisciplined, but these faults arose mainly through high spirits, and I have always preferred my girls to show spirit. An excess of vitality can be trained and guided into paths of real usefulness and achievement. On the whole, I found Angela amenable to discipline. She had been somewhat spoiled mainly by Mrs. Crail, who was far too indulgent where she was concerned. Mr. Crail's influence was, I considered, unwise. He indulged her absurdly one day, and was unnecessarily peremptory on another occasion. He was very much a man of moods, possibly owing to what is styled the artistic temperament. I have never seen, myself, why the possession of artistic ability should be supposed to excuse a man from a decent exercise of self-control. I did not myself admire Mr. Crail's paintings. The drawings seemed to me faulty and the coloring exaggerated, but naturally I was not called upon to express any opinion on these matters. I soon formed a deep attachment to Mrs. Crail. Anxiety. I admired her character and her fortitude in the difficulties of her life. Mr. Crail was not a faithful husband, and I think that that fact was the source of much pain to her. A stronger-minded woman would have left him, but Mrs. Crail never seemed to contemplate such a course. She endured his infidelities and forgave him for them, but I may say that she did not take them meekly. She remonstrated, and with spirit. It was said at the trial that they led a cat-and-dog life. I would not go as far as that. Mrs. Crail had too much dignity for that term to apply, but they did have quarrels, and I consider that that was only natural under the circumstances. I had been with Mrs. Crail just over 2 years when Miss Elsa Greer appeared upon the scene. She arrived down at Alderbury in the summer of 19. Mrs. Crail had not met her previously, She was Mr. Crale's friend, and she was said to be there for the purpose of having her portrait painted. It was apparent at once that Mr. Crale was infatuated with this girl, and that the girl herself was doing nothing to discourage him. She behaved, in my opinion, quite outrageously, being abominably rude to Mrs. Carly Crale, and openly flirting with Mr. Crale. Naturally, Mrs. Crale said nothing to me, but I could see that she was disturbed and unhappy, and I did everything in my power to distract her mind and lighten her burden. Miss Greer sat every day to Mr. Crale, but I noticed that the picture was not getting on very fast. They had, no doubt, other things to talk about. My pupil, I am thankful to say, noticed very little of what was going on. Angela was in some ways young for her age. Though her intellect was well developed, she was not at all what I may term precocious. She seemed to have no wish to read undesirable books, and showed no signs of morbid curiosity such as girls often do at her age. She, therefore, saw nothing undesirable in the friendship between Mr. Crale and Miss Greer. Nevertheless, she disliked Miss Greer and thought her stupid. Here she was quite right. Miss Greer had had, I presume, a proper education. But she never opened a book and was quite unfamiliar with current literary allusions. Moreover, she could not sustain a discussion on any intellectual subject. She was entirely taken up with her personal appearance, her clothes, and men. Angela, I think, did not even realize that her sister was unhappy. She was not, at that time, a very perceptive person. She spent a lot of time in hoydenish pastimes, such as tree climbing and wild feats of bicycling. She was also a passionate reader, and showed excellent taste in what she liked and disliked. Mrs. Crale was always careful to conceal any signs of unhappiness from Angela, and exerted herself to appear bright and cheerful when the girl was about. Miss Greer went back to London, at which, I can tell you, we were all very pleased. The servants disliked her as much as I did. She was the kind of person who gives a lot of unnecessary trouble and forgets to say thank you. Mr. Crale went away shortly afterwards, and of course I knew that he had gone after the girl. I was very sorry for Mrs. Crale. She felt these things very keenly. I felt extremely bitter towards Mr. Crale. When a man has a charming, gracious, intelligent wife, he's no business to treat her badly. However, she and I both hoped the affair would soon be over. Not that we mentioned the subject to each other, we did not, but she knew quite well how I felt about it. Unfortunately, after some weeks, the pair of them reappeared. It seemed the sittings were to be resumed. Mr. Crale was now painting with absolute frenzy. He seemed less preoccupied with the girl than with his picture of her. Nevertheless, I realized that this was not the usual kind of thing we had gone through before. This girl had got her claws into him, and she meant business. He was just like wax in her hands. The thing came to a head on the day before he died, that is on September 17. Miss Greer's manner had been unbearably insolent the last few days. She was feeling sure of herself, and she wanted to assert her importance. Mrs. Crale behaved like a true gentlewoman. She was easily polite, but she showed the other clearly what she thought of her. On this day, September 17, as we were sitting in the drawing room after lunch, Miss Greer came out with an amazing remark as to how she was going to redecorate the room when she was living at Alderbury. Naturally, Mrs. Crale couldn't let that pass. She challenged her, and Miss Greer had the impudence to say, before us all, that she was going to marry Mr. Crale. She actually talked about marrying a married man, and she said it to his wife. I was very, very angry with Mr. Crale. How dared he let this girl insult his wife in her own drawing room? If he wanted to run away with the girl, he should have gone off with her, not brought her into his wife's house and backed her up in her insolence. In spite of what she must have felt, Mrs. Crale did not lose her dignity. Her husband came in just then, and she immediately demanded confirmation from him. He was, not unnaturally, annoyed with Miss Greer for her unconsidered forcing of the situation. Apart from anything else, it made him appear at a disadvantage, and men do not like appearing at a disadvantage. It upsets their vanity. He stood there, a great giant of a man, looking as sheepish and foolish as a naughty schoolboy. It was his wife who carried off the honors of the situation. He had to mutter foolishly that it was true, but that he hadn't meant her to learn it like this. I have never seen anything like the look of scorn she gave him. She went out of the room with her head held high. She was a beautiful woman, much more beautiful than that flamboyant girl, and she walked like an empress. I hoped, with all my heart, that Amyas Crale would be punished for the cruelty he had displayed and for the indignity he had put upon a long-suffering and noble woman. For the first time, I tried to say something of what I felt to Mrs. Crale, but she stopped me. She said we must try and behave as usual. It's the best way. We're all going over to Meredith Blake's to tea. I said to her, then I think you are wonderful, Mrs. Crale. She said, you don't know. Then, as she was going out of the room, she came back and kissed me. She said, you're such a comfort to me. She went to her room then, and I think she cried. I saw her when they all started off. She was wearing a big brimmed hat that shaded her face, a hat she very seldom wore. Mr. Crale was uneasy, but was trying to brazen things out. Mr. Philip Blake was trying to behave as usual. That Miss Greer was looking like a cat who has got at the cream jug. All self-satisfaction and purrs. They all started off. They got back about 6. I did not see Mrs. Crale again alone that evening. She was very quiet and composed at dinner, and she went to bed early. I don't think that anyone knew how she was suffering. The evening was taken up with a kind of running quarrel between Mr. Crale and Angela. They brought up the old school question again. He was irritable and on edge, and she was unusually trying. The whole matter was settled, and her outfit had been bought, and there was no sense in starting up an argument again. But she suddenly chose to make a grievance of it. I have no doubt she sensed the tension in the air, and that it reacted on her as much as on everybody else. I am afraid I was too preoccupied with my own thoughts to try and check her as I should have done. It all ended with her flinging a paperweight at Mr. dashing out of the room. I went after her and told her sharply that I was ashamed of her behaving like a baby. but she was still very uncontrolled, and I thought it best to leave her alone. I hesitated as to whether to go to Mrs. Crale's room, but I decided in the end that it would, perhaps, annoy her. I wish since that I had overcome my diffidence and insisted on her talking to me. If she had done so, it might possibly have made a difference. She had no one, you see, in whom she could confide. Although I admire self-control, I must regretfully admit that sometimes it can be carried too far. A natural outlet to the feelings is better. I met Mr. Crale as I went along to my room. He said good night, but I did not answer. The next morning was, I remember, a beautiful day. One felt when waking that surely with such peace all around, even a man must come to his senses. I went into Angela's room before going down to breakfast, but she was already up and out. I picked up a torn skirt, which she had left lying on the floor, and took it down with me for her to mend after breakfast. She had, however, obtained bread and marmalade from the kitchen and gone out. After I had had my own breakfast, I went in search of her. I mention this to explain why I was not more with Mrs. Crale on that morning, as perhaps I should have been. At the time, however, I felt it was my duty to look for Angela. She was very naughty and obstinate about mending her clothes, and I had no intention of allowing her to defy me in the matter. Her bathing dress was missing, and I accordingly went down to the beach. There was no sign of her in the water or on the rocks, so I conceived it possible that she had gone over to Mr. Meredith Blake's. She and he were great friends. I accordingly rowed myself across and resumed my search. I did not find her, and eventually returned. Mrs. Crale, Mr. Blake, and Mr. Philip Blake were on the terrace. It was very hot that morning, if one was out of the wind, and the house and terrace were sheltered. Mrs. Crale suggested they might like some iced beer. There was a little conservatory which had been built on to the house in Victorian days. Mrs. Crale disliked it, and it was not used for plants, but it had been made into a kind of bar, with various bottles of gin, vermouth, lemonade, ginger beer, etc., on shelves, and a small refrigerator which was filled with ice every morning, and in which some beer and ginger beer was always kept. Mrs. Crale went there to get the beer, and I went with her. Angela was at the refrigerator and was just taking out a bottle of beer. Mrs. Crale went in ahead of me. She said, "I want a bottle of beer to take down to Amias." It is so difficult now to know whether I ought to have suspected anything. Her voice, I feel almost convinced, was perfectly normal. But I must admit that at that moment I was intent, not on her, but on Angela. Angela was by the refrigerator, and I was glad to see that she looked red and rather guilty. I was rather sharp with her, and to my surprise, she was quite meek. I asked her where she had been, and she said she had been bathing. I said I didn't see you on the beach, and she laughed. Then I asked her where her jersey was, and she said she must have left it down on the beach. I mention these details to explain why I let Mrs. Crale take the beer down to the Battery Garden. The rest of the morning is quite blank in my mind. Angela fetched her needlebook and mended her skirt without any more fuss. I rather think that I mended some of the household linen. Mr. Crale did not come up for lunch. I was glad that he had at least that much decency. After lunch, Mrs. Crail said she was going down to the Battery. I wanted to retrieve Angela's jersey from the beach. We started down together. She went into the Battery I was going on when her cry called me back. As I told you when you came to see me, she asked me to go up and telephone. On the way up, I met Mr. Meredith Blake and then went back to Mrs. Crail. That was my story as I told it at the inquest and later at the trial. What I am about to write down, I have never told to any living soul. I was not asked any question to which I returned an untrue answer. Nevertheless, I was guilty of withholding certain facts. I do not repent of that. I would do it again. I am fully aware that in revealing this, I may be laying myself open to censure. But I do not think that after this lapse of time, anyone will take the matter very seriously, especially since Caroline Crail was convicted without my evidence. This, then, is what happened. I met Mr. Meredith Blake, as I said, and I ran down the path again as quickly as I could. I was wearing sand shoes, and I have always been light on my feet. I came to the open Battery door, and this is what I saw. Mrs. Crail was busily polishing the beer bottle on the table with her handkerchief. Having done so, she took her dead husband's hand and pressed the fingers of it on the beer bottle. All the time, she was listening and on the alert. It was the fear I saw on her face that told me the truth. I knew then, beyond any possible doubt, that Caroline Crail had poisoned her husband, and I, for one, do not blame her. He drove her to a point beyond human endurance, and he brought his fate upon himself. I never mentioned the incident to Mrs. Crail, and she never knew that I had seen it. Caroline Crail's daughter must not bolster up her life with a lie, however much it may pain her to know the truth. Truth is the only thing that matters. Tell her, from me, that her mother is not to be judged. She was driven beyond what a loving woman can endure. It is for her daughter to understand and forgive. End of Cecilia Williams's narrative. Narrative of Angela Warren, 5. Dear Mr. Poirot, I am keeping my promise to you, and have written down all I can remember of that terrible time 16 years ago. But it was not until I started that I realized how very little I did remember, until the thing actually happened. You see, there is nothing to fix anything by. I've just a vague memory of summer days and isolated incidents, but I couldn't say for certain what summer they happened. Even Amyas's death was just a thunderclap coming out of the blue. I'd had no warning of it, and I seemed to have missed everything that led up to it. I've been trying to think whether that was to be expected or not. Are most girls of 15 as blind and deaf and obtuse as I seem to have been? Perhaps they are. I was quick, I think, to gauge people's moods, but I never bothered my head about what caused those moods. Besides, just at that time, I'd suddenly begun to discover the intoxication of words, things that I read. Scraps of poetry of Shakespeare would echo in my head. I remember now, walking along the kitchen garden path, repeating to myself in a kind of ecstatic delirium under the glassy green translucent wave. It was just so lovely, I had to say it over and over again. And mixed up with these new discoveries and excitements, there were all the things I'd liked doing ever since I could remember. Swimming and climbing trees, and eating fruit, and playing tricks on the stable boy and feeding the horses, Caroline and Amyas I took for granted. They were the central figures in my world, but I never thought about them, or about their affairs, or what they thought and felt. I didn't notice Elsa Greer's coming particularly. I thought she was stupid, and I didn't even think she was good looking. I accepted her as someone rich but tiresome, whom Amyas was painting. Actually, the very first intimation I had of the whole thing was what I overheard from the terrace where I had escaped after lunch one day. Elsa said she was going to marry Amyas. It struck me as just ridiculous. I remember tackling Amyas about it. In the garden, at Handcross, I said to him, "Why does Elsa say she's going to marry you? She couldn't. People can't have two wives. It's bigamy, and they go to prison." Amyas got very angry and said, "How the devil did you hear that?" I said I'd heard it through the library window. He was angrier than ever then, and said it was high time I went to school and got out of the habit of eavesdropping. I still remember the resentment I felt when he said that, because it was so unfair. Absolutely and utterly unfair. I stammered out, angrily, that I hadn't been listening, and anyhow. I said, "Why did Elsa say a silly thing like that?" Amyas said it was just a joke. That ought to have satisfied me. It did almost, but not quite. I said to Elsa, when we were on the way back, "I asked Amyas what you meant when you said you were going to marry him. And he said it was just a joke." I felt that ought to snub her, but she only smiled. I didn't like that smile of hers. I went up to Caroline's room. It was when she was dressing for dinner. I asked her then outright if it were possible for Amyas to marry Elsa. I remember Caroline's answer as though I heard it now. She must have spoken with great emphasis. "Amyas will only marry Elsa after I am dead," she said. That reassured me completely. Death seemed ages away from us all. Nevertheless, I was still very sore with Amyas about what he had said in the afternoon, and I went for him violently all through dinner. And I remember we had a real flaming row, and I rushed out of the room and went up to bed and howled myself to sleep. I don't remember much about the afternoon at Meredith Blake's, although I do remember his reading aloud the passage from the Phaedo describing Socrates' death. I had never heard it before. I thought it was the loveliest, most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I remember that, but I don't remember when it was. As far as I can recall now, it might have been any time that summer. I don't remember anything that happened the next morning either, though I have thought and thought. I have a vague feeling that I must have bathed, and I think I remember being made to mend something. But it's all very vague and dim till the time when Meredith came panting up the path from the terrace, and his face was all gray and queer. I remember a coffee cup falling off the table and being broken. Elsa did that, and I remember her running, suddenly running for all she was worth down the path, and the awful look there was on her face. I kept saying to myself, "Amyas is dead." But it just didn't seem real. I remember Dr. Fawcett coming, and his grave face. Miss Williams was busy looking after Caroline. I wandered about rather forlornly, getting in people's way. I had a nasty, sick feeling. They wouldn't let me go down and see Amyas. But by and by the police came and wrote down things in notebooks, and presently they brought his body up on a stretcher covered with a cloth. Miss Williams took me into Caroline's room later. Caroline was on the sofa. She looked very white and ill. She kissed me and said she wanted me to go away as soon as I could. And it was all horrible, but I wasn't to worry or think about it any more than I could help. I was to join Carla at Lady Tressilian's because this house was to be kept as empty as possible. I clung to Caroline and said I didn't want to go away. I wanted to stay with her. She said she knew I did, but it was better for me to go away and would take a lot of worry off her mind. And Miss Williams chipped in and said, "The best way you can help your sister, Angela, is to do what she wants you to do without making a fuss about it." So I said I would do whatever Caroline wished. And Caroline said, "That's my darling Angela." And she hugged me and said there was nothing to worry about, and to talk about it and think about it all as little as possible. I had to go down and talk to a police superintendent. He was very kind, asked me when I had last seen Amias, and a lot of other questions which seemed to me quite pointless at the time, but which, of course, I see the point of now. He satisfied himself that there was nothing that I could tell him which he hadn't already heard from the others. So he told Miss Williams that he saw no objection to my going over to Ferriby Grange to Lady Tressilian's. I went there. And Lady Tressilian was very kind to me, but of course, I soon had to know the truth. They arrested Caroline almost at once. I was so horrified and dumbfounded that I became quite ill. I heard afterwards that Caroline was terribly worried about me. It was at her insistence that I was sent out of England before the trial came on. But that I have told you already, as you see, what I have to put down is pitiably meager. Since talking to you, I have gone over the little I remember painstakingly, racking my memory for details of this or that person's expression or reaction. I can remember nothing consistent with guilt, Elsa's frenzy, Meredith's gray, worried face, Philip's grief and fury. They all seem natural enough. I suppose, though, someone could have been playing a part. I only know this. Caroline did not do it. I am quite certain on this point, and always shall be, but I have no evidence to offer, except my own intimate knowledge of her character. End of Angela Warren's narrative. Book 3. 1. Conclusions. Carla Le Marchant looked up. Her eyes were full of fatigue and pain. She pushed back the hair from her forehead in a tired gesture. She said, "It's so bewildering, all this." She touched the pile of manuscripts. "Because the angle's different every time everybody sees my mother differently. But the facts are the same. Everyone agrees on the facts. It has discouraged you. Reading them. Yes. Hasn't it discouraged you? No. I have found those documents very valuable, very informative." Poirot spoke slowly and reflectively. Carla said, "I wish I'd never read them." Poirot looked across at her. So it makes you feel that way," Carla said bitterly. "They all think she did it, all of them, except Aunt Angela, and what she thinks doesn't count. She hasn't got any reason for it. She's just one of those loyal people who'll stick to a thing through thick and thin. She just goes on saying Caroline couldn't have done it. It strikes you like that. How else should it strike me? I've realized, that if my mother didn't do it, then one of these 5 people must have done it. I've even had theories as to why." That is interesting. Tell me." "Oh, they were only theories. Philip Blake, for instance, He's a stockbroker. He was my father's best friend. Probably my father trusted him. And artists are usually careless about money matters. Perhaps Philip Blake was in a jam and used my father's money. He may have got my father to sign something. Then the whole thing may have been on the point of coming out, and only my father's death could have saved him. That's one of the things I thought of. Not badly imagined at all. What else? Well, there's else. Philip Blake says here she had her head screwed on too well to meddle with poison. But I don't think that's true at all. Supposing my mother had gone to her and told her that she wouldn't divorce my father, that nothing would induce her to divorce him. You may say what you like, but I think Elsa had a bourgeois mind. She wanted to be respectably married. I think that then Elsa would have been perfectly capable of pinching the stuff she had just as good a chance that afternoon, and might have tried to get my mother out of the way by poisoning her. I think that would be quite like Elsa. And then, possibly, by some awful accident, Amyas got the stuff instead of Caroline. Again, it is not badly imagined. What else? Carla said slowly. Well, I thought perhaps Meredith. Meredith Blake, yes. You see, he sounds to me just the sort of person who would do a murder. I mean, he was the slow, dithering one the others laughed at. And underneath, perhaps, he resented that. Then my father married the girl he wanted to marry. And my father was successful and rich. And he did make all those poisons. Perhaps he really made them because he liked the idea of being able to kill someone one day. He had to call attention to the stuff being taken, so as to divert suspicion from himself. But he himself was far the most likely person to have taken it. He might even have liked getting Caroline hanged because she turned him down long ago. I think, it's rather fishy what he says in his account of it all, how people do things that aren't characteristic of them. Supposing he meant himself when he wrote that Hercule Poirot said, "You are at least right in this not to take what has been written down as necessarily a true narrative. What has been written may have been written deliberately to mislead." Oh, I know. I've kept that in mind. Any other ideas? Carla said slowly, I wondered, before I'd read this about Miss Williams. She lost her job. You see, when Angela went to school, and if Amyas had died suddenly, Angela probably wouldn't have gone after all. I mean, if it passed off as a natural death, which it easily might have done. I suppose, if Meredith hadn't missed the quinine. I read up quinine, and it hasn't got any distinctive post-mortem appearances. It might have been thought to be sunstroke. I know that just losing a job doesn't sound a very adequate motive for murder, but murders have been committed again and again for what seem ridiculously inadequate motives. Tiny sums of money sometimes, and a middle-aged, perhaps rather incompetent governess might have got the wind up and just seen no future ahead of her. As I say, that's what I thought before I read this. But Miss Williams doesn't sound like that at all. She doesn't sound in the least incompetent. Not at all. She is still a very efficient and intelligent woman. I know. One can see that, and she sounds absolutely trustworthy too. That's what has upset me, really. Oh, you understand. You don't mind. Of course, all along you've made it clear it was the truth you wanted. I suppose now we've got the truth. Miss Williams is quite right. One must accept truth. It's no good basing your life on a lie because it's what you want to believe. All right then, I can take it. My mother wasn't innocent. She wrote me that letter because she was weak and unhappy and wanted to spare me. I don't judge her. Perhaps I should feel like that too. I don't know what prison does to you, and I don't blame her either if she felt so desperately about my father. I suppose she couldn't help herself, but I don't blame my father altogether either. I understand just a little how he felt, so alive and so full of wanting everything. He couldn't help it. He was made that way. And he was a great painter. I think that excuses a lot. She turned her flushed, excited face to Hercule Poirot with her chin raised defiantly. Hercule Poirot said, "So you are satisfied?" "Satisfied," said Carla Lamarchant. Her voice broke on the word. Poirot leant forward and patted her paternally on the shoulder. "Listen," he said. "You give up the fight at the moment when it is most worth fighting. At the moment when I, Hercule Poirot, have a very good idea of what really happened." Carla stared at him. "She said Miss Williams loved my mother. She saw her with her own eyes faking that suicide evidence. If you believe what she says," Hercule Poirot got up. He said, "Mademoiselle, because Cecilia Williams says she saw your mother faking Amyas Creel's fingerprints on the beer bottle. Mind, that is the only thing I need to tell me definitely, once for all, that your mother did not kill your father." He nodded his head several times and went out of the room, leaving Carla staring after him. 2. Poirot asks 5 questions. "Well, Mr. Poirot." Philip Blake's tone was impatient. Poirot said, "I have to thank you for your admirable and lucid account of the Creel tragedy." Philip Blake looked rather self-conscious. "Very kind of you," he murmured. "Really surprising how much I remembered when I got down to it." Poirot said, "It was an admirably clear narrative, but there were certain omissions." "Were there not omissions?" Philip Blake frowned. Hercule Poirot said, "Your narrative, shall we say, was not entirely frank." His tone hardened. "I have been informed, Mr. Blake, that on at least one night during the summer, Mrs. Creel was seen coming out of your room at a somewhat compromising hour." There was a silence broken only by Philip Blake's heavy breathing. He said at last, "Who told you that?" Hercule Poirot shook his head. "It is no matter who told me. That I know. That is the point." Again there was a silence. Then Philip Blake made up his mind. He said, "By accident. It seems you have stumbled upon a purely private matter. I admit that it does not square with what I have written down. Nevertheless, it squares better than you might think. I am forced now to tell you the truth. I did entertain a feeling of animosity toward Caroline Creel. At the same time, I was always strongly attracted by her. Perhaps the latter fact induced the former. I resented the power she had over me and tried to stifle the attraction she had for me by constantly dwelling on her worst points. I never liked her, if you understand. But it would have been easy at any moment for me to make love to her. I had been in love with her as a boy, and she had taken no notice of me. I did not find that easy to forgive. My opportunity came when Amyas lost his head so completely over the Greer girl. Quite without meaning to, I found myself telling Caroline I loved her. She said quite calmly, "Yes, I have always known that." The insolence of the woman. Of course I knew that she didn't love me, but I saw that she was disturbed and disillusioned by Amyas's present infatuation. That is a mood when a woman can very easily be won. She agreed to come to me that night, and she came. Blake paused. He found now a difficulty in getting the words out. She came to my room, and then, with my arms round her, she told me quite coolly that it was no good. After all, she said, she was a one-man woman. She was Amyas Crales, for better or worse. She agreed that she had treated me very badly, but said she couldn't help it. She asked me to forgive her. And she left me. She left me. Do you wonder, Mr. Poirot, that my hatred of her was heightened 100-fold? Do you wonder that I have never forgiven her? For the insult she did me as well as for the fact that she killed the friend I loved better than anyone in the world. Trembling violently, Philip Blake exclaimed, "I don't want to speak of it. Do you hear? You've got your answer. Now go, and never mention the matter to me again." 2. I want to know, Mr. Blake, the order in which your guests left the laboratory that day. Meredith Blake protested. But, my dear Mr. Poirot, after 16 years, how can I possibly remember? I've told you that Caroline came out last. You are sure of that? Yes, at least I think so. Let us go there now. We must be quite sure. You see, still protesting? Meredith Blake led the way. He unlocked the door and swung back the shutters. Poirot spoke to him authoritatively. Now then, my friend, you have showed your visitors your interesting preparations of herbs. Shut your eyes now and think Meredith Blake did so obediently. Poirot drew a handkerchief from his pocket and gently passed it to and fro. Blake murmured, his nostrils twitching slightly. Yes, yes, extraordinary how things come back to one. Caroline, I remember, had on a pale coffee-colored dress. Phil was looking bored. He always thought my hobby was quite idiotic. Poirot said, "Reflect now. You are about to leave the room. You are going to the library, where you are going to read the passage about the death of Socrates. Who leaves the room first, do you, Elsa and I? Yes. She passed through the door first. I was close behind her. We were talking. I stood there waiting for the others to come so that I could lock the door again. Philip. Yes. Philip came out next. And Angela. She was asking him what bulls and bears were. They went on through the hall. Amyas followed them. I stood there, waiting still for Caroline. Of course. So you are quite sure Caroline stayed behind. Did you see what she was doing? Blake shook his head. No. I had my back to the room. You see, I was talking to Elsa, boring her. I expect telling her how certain plants must be gathered at the full of the moon, according to old superstition. And then Caroline came out hurrying a little, and I locked the door. He stopped and looked at Poirot, who was replacing a handkerchief in his pocket. Meredith Blake sniffled disgustedly and thought, "Why, the fellow actually uses scent aloud," he said. "I am quite sure of it." That was the order. Elsa, myself, Philip, Angela and Caroline. Does that help you at all? Poirot said, "It all fits in. Listen, I want to arrange a meeting here." It will not, I think, be difficult. 3. Well, Elsa Didisham said it almost eagerly like a child. I want to ask you a question. Madame? Yes, Poirot said. After it was all over the trial, I mean, did Meredith Blake ask you to marry him? Elsa stared. She looked contemptuous, almost bored. Yes, he did. Why were you surprised? Was I don't remember. What did you say? Elsa laughed. She said, what do you think I said? After Amyas Meredith. It would have been ridiculous. It was stupid of him. He always was rather stupid. She smiled suddenly. He wanted, you know, to protect me, to look after me. That's how he put it. He thought, like everybody else, that the assizes had been a terrible ordeal for me. And the reporters, and the booing crowds, and all the mud that was slung at me. She brooded a minute, then said, poor old Meredith, such an ass, and laughed again. 4. Once again, Hercule Poirot encountered the shrewd, penetrating glance of Miss Williams, and once again felt the years falling away, and himself a meek and apprehensive little boy. There was, he explained, a question he wished to ask. Miss Williams intimated her willingness to hear what the question was. Poirot said slowly, picking his words carefully. Angela Warren was injured as a very young child. In my notes, I find 2 references to that fact. In one of them, it is stated that Mrs. Crail threw a paperweight at the child. In the other, that she attacked the baby with a crowbar. Which of those versions is the right one? Miss Williams replied briskly. I never heard anything about a crowbar. The paperweight is the correct story. Who was your own informant? Angela herself. She volunteered the information quite early. What did she say exactly? She touched her cheek and said, Caroline did this when I was a baby. She threw a paperweight at me. Never refer to it. Will you? Because it upsets her dreadfully. Did Mrs. Crail herself ever mention the matter to you? Only obliquely. She assumed that I knew the story. I remember her saying once, I know you think I spoil Angela, but you see, I always feel there is nothing I can do to make up to her for what I did. And on another occasion she said, to know you have permanently injured another human being is the heaviest burden anyone could have to bear. Thank you, Miss Williams. That is all I wanted to know. Cecilia Williams said sharply, I don't understand you. Mr. Poirot. You showed Carla my account of the tragedy. Poirot nodded. And yet you are still. She stopped. Poirot said, reflect a minute. If you were to pass a fishmonger's and saw 12 fish laid out on his slab, you would think they were all real fish. Would you not? But one of them might be stuffed fish. Miss Williams replied with spirit. Most unlikely. And anyway, unlikely. Yes, but not impossible, because a friend of mine once took down a stuffed fish. It was his trade. You comprehend, to compare it with the real thing. And if you saw a bowl of zinnias in a drawing room in December, you would say that they were false, but they might be real ones flown home from Baghdad. What is the meaning of all this nonsense? Demanded Miss Williams. It is to show you that it is the eyes of the mind with which one really sees. 5. Poirot slowed up a little as he approached the big block of flats overlooking Regent's Park. Really, when he came to think of it, he did not want to ask Angela Warren any questions at all. The only question he did want to ask her could wait. No, it was really only his insatiable passion for symmetry that was bringing him here. 5 people there should be 5 questions. It was neater, so it rounded off the thing better. Ah, well, he would think of something. Angela. Warren greeted him with something closely approaching eagerness. She said, "Have you found out anything? Have you got anywhere?" Slowly, Poirot nodded his head in his best China Mandarin manner. He said, "At last I make progress. Philip Blake." It was halfway between statement and a question. "Mademoiselle, I do not wish to say anything at present. The moment has not yet come. What I will ask of you is to be so good as to come down to Handcross Manor. The others have consented," she said with a slight frown. "What do you propose to do? Reconstruct something that happened 16 years ago. See it, perhaps, from a clearer angle." "You will come, Angela," Warren said slowly. "Oh, yes, I'll come. It will be interesting to see all those people again. I shall see them now, perhaps, from a clearer angle, as you put it, than I did then. And you will bring with you the letter that you showed me." Angela Warren frowned. "That letter is my own. I showed it to you for a good and sufficient reason, but I have no intention of allowing it to be read by strange and unsympathetic persons. But you will allow yourself to be guided by me in this matter. I will do nothing of the kind. I will bring the letter with me, but I shall use my own judgment, which I venture to think is quite as good as yours." Poirot spread out his hands in a gesture of resignation. He got up to go. He said, "You permit that I ask one little question. What is it? At the time of the tragedy, you had lately read, had you not, Somerset Maugham's The Moon and Sixpence?" Angela stared at him. Then she said, "I believe why. Yes, that is quite true." She looked at him with frank curiosity. "How did you know? I want to show you, mademoiselle, that even in a small, unimportant matter, I am something of a magician. There are things I know without having to be told." 3. Reconstruction. The afternoon sun shone into the laboratory at Handcross Manor. Some easy chairs and a settee had been brought into the room, but they served more to emphasize its forlorn aspect than to furnish it. Slightly embarrassed, pulling at his mustache, Meredith Blake talked to Carla in a desultory way. He broke off once to say, "My dear, you are very like your mother, and yet unlike her, too." Carla asked, "How am I like her, and how unlike you have her coloring, and her way of moving? But you are, how shall I put it, more positive than she ever was." Philip Blake, a scowl creasing over his forehead, looked out of the window and drummed impatiently on the pane. He said, "What's the sense of all this? A perfectly fine Saturday afternoon." Hercule Poirot hastened to pour oil on troubled waters. "Ah, I apologize. It is, I know, unpardonable to disarrange the golf. Mais voyons, Mr. Blake, this is the daughter of your best friend. You will stretch a point for her, will you not?" The butler announced Miss Warren. Meredith went to welcome her. He said, "It's good of you to spare the time. Angela, you're busy, I know." He led her over to the window. Carla said, "Hello, Aunt Angela. I read your article in the Times this morning. It's nice to have a distinguished relative." She indicated the tall, square-jawed young man with the steady gray eyes. "This is John Rattery. He and I hope to be married." Angela Warren said, "Oh, I didn't know." Meredith went to greet the next arrival. "Well, Miss Williams, it's a good many years since we met. Thin, frail, and indomitable." The elderly governess advanced up the room. Her eyes rested thoughtfully on Poirot for a minute. Then they went to the tall, square-shouldered figure in the well-cut tweeds. Angela Warren came forward to meet her and said with a smile, "I feel like a schoolgirl again." "I'm very proud of you, my dear," said Miss Williams. "You've done me credit. This is Carla. I suppose she won't remember me. She was too young." Philip Blake said fretfully, "What is all this? Nobody told me?" Hercule Poirot said, "I call it me an excursion into the past. Shall we not all sit down? Then we shall be ready when the last guest arrives. And when she is here, we can proceed to our business, to lay the ghosts." Philip Blake exclaimed, "What tomfoolery is this? You're not going to hold a séance, are you? No. No. We are only going to discuss some events that happened long ago, to discuss them, and perhaps to see more clearly the course of them. As to the ghosts, they will not materialize. But who is to say they are not here, in this room, although we cannot see them? Who is to say that Amyas and Caroline Crail are not here listening?" Philip Blake said, "Absurd nonsense," and broke off as the door opened again, and the butler announced Lady Didisham. Elsa Didisham came in with that faint, bored insolence that was a characteristic of her. She gave Meredith a slight smile, stared coldly at Angela and Philip, and went over to a chair by the window, a little apart from the others. She loosened the rich pale furs round her neck and let them fall back. She looked for a minute or two about the room, then at Carla, and the girl stared back, thoughtfully appraising the woman who had wrought the havoc in her parents' lives. There was no animosity in her young, earnest face, only curiosity. Elsa said, "I am sorry if I am late. Mr. Poirot, it was very good of you to come, Madam." Cecilia Williams snorted ever so slightly. Elsa met the animosity in her eyes with a complete lack of interest. She said, "I wouldn't have known you." "Angela, how long is it?" 16 years. Hercule Poirot seized his opportunity. "Yes, it is 16 years since the events of which we are to speak. But let me first tell you why we are here." And in a few simple words, he outlined Carla's appeal to him and his acceptance of the task. He went on quickly, ignoring the gathering storm visible on Philip's face, and the shocked distaste on Meredith's. "I accepted that commission. I set to work to find out the truth." Carla Lamarchant, in the big grandfather chair, heard Poirot's words dimly, from a distance. With her hand shielding her eyes, she studied 5 faces, surreptitiously. Could she see any of these people committing murder? The exotic Elsa, the red-faced Philip, dear, nice, kind Mr. Meredith Blake, that grim Tartar of a governess, the cool, competent Angela Warren. Could she, if she tried hard, visualize one of them killing someone? Yes, perhaps, but it wouldn't be the right kind of murder. She could picture Philip Blake, in an outburst of fury, strangling some women. Yes, she could picture that. And she could picture Meredith Blake, threatening a burglar with a revolver and letting it off by accident. And she could picture Angela Warren, also firing a revolver, but not by accident. With no personal feeling in the matter, the safety of the expedition depended on it. And Elsa, in some fantastic castle, sang from her couch of oriental silks, "Throw the wretch over the battlements, all wild fancies," and not even in the wildest flight of fancy could she imagine little Miss Williams killing anybody at all. Another fantastic picture. Did you ever kill anybody? Miss Williams. Go on with your arithmetic. Carla. And don't ask silly questions. To kill anybody is very wicked. Carla thought I must be ill, and I must stop this. Listen, you fool. Listen to that little man who says he knows. Hercule Poirot was talking. That was my task, to put myself in reverse gear, as it were, and go back through the years and discover what really happened. Philip Blake said, "We all know what happened. To pretend anything else is a swindle. That's what it is. A barefaced swindle? You're getting money out of this girl on false pretenses." Poirot did not allow himself to be angered. He said, "You say, we all know what happened. You speak without reflection. The accepted version of certain facts is not necessarily the true one. On the face of it, for instance, you, Mr. Blakey, disliked Caroline Crail. That is the accepted version of your attitude, but anyone with the least flair for psychology can perceive at once that the exact opposite was the truth. You were always violently attracted towards Caroline Crail. You resented the fact and tried to conquer it by steadfastly telling yourself her defects and reiterating your dislike. In the same way, Mr. Meredith Blake had a tradition of devotion to Caroline Crail lasting over many years. In his story of the tragedy, he represents himself as resenting Amyas Crail's conduct on her account. But you have only to read carefully between the lines, and you will see that the devotion of a lifetime had worn itself thin, and that it was the young, beautiful Elsa Greer that was occupying his mind and thoughts. There was a splutter from Meredith, and Lady Dittisham smiled. Poirot went on. I mention these matters only as illustrations, though they have their bearing on what happened. Very well. Then, I start on my backward journey to learn everything I can about the tragedy. I will tell you how I set about it. I talked to the counsel who defended Caroline Crail, to the junior counsel for the Crown, to the old solicitor who had known the Crail family intimately, to the lawyer's clerk who had been in court during the trial, to the police officer in charge of the case, and I came finally to the 5 eyewitnesses who had been upon the scene. And from all of these I put together a picture, a composite picture of a woman. And I learned these facts, that at no time did Caroline Crail protest her innocence except in that one letter written to her daughter, that Caroline Crail showed no fear in the dock, that she showed, in fact, hardly any interest, that she adopted throughout a thoroughly defeatist attitude, that in prison she was quiet and serene, that in a letter she wrote to her sister immediately after the verdict, she expressed herself as acquiescent in the fate that had overtaken her, and in the opinion of everyone I talked to, with one notable exception, Caroline Crail was guilty. Philip Blake nodded his head. Of course she was. Hercule Poirot said, but it was not my part to accept the verdict of others. I had to examine the evidence for myself, to examine the facts and to satisfy myself that the psychology of the case accorded itself with them. To do this, I went over the police files carefully, And I also succeeded in getting 5 people who were on the spot to write me out their own accounts of the tragedy. These accounts were very valuable, for they contained certain matter which the police files could not give me. That is to say, certain conversations and incidents which, from the police point of view, were not relevant. B, the opinions of the people themselves as to what Caroline Crail was thinking and feeling not admissible legally as evidence. So, certain facts which had been deliberately withheld from the police. I was in a position now to judge the case for myself. There seems no doubt whatever that Caroline Crail had ample motive for the crime. She loved her husband. He had publicly admitted that he was about to leave her for another woman, and by her own admission, she was a jealous woman. To come from motives to means. An empty scent bottle that had contained quinine was found in her bureau drawer. There were no fingerprints upon it but hers. When asked about it by the police, she admitted taking it from this room we are in now. The quinine bottle here also had her fingerprints upon it. I questioned Mr. Meredith Blake as to the order in which the 5 people left this room on that day, for it seemed to me hardly conceivable that anyone should be able to help themselves to the poison whilst 5 people were in the room. The people left the room in this order: Elsa Greer, Meredith Blake, Angela Warren and Philip Blake, Amyas Crail, and lastly, Caroline Crail. Moreover, Mr. Meredith Blake has his back to the room whilst he was waiting for Mrs. Crail to come out, so that it was impossible for him to see what she was doing. She had, that is to say, the opportunity. I am therefore satisfied that she did take the quinine. There is indirect confirmation of it. Mr. Meredith Blake said to me the other day, I can remember standing here and smelling the jasmine through the open window. But the month was September, and the jasmine creeper outside that window would have finished flowering. It is the ordinary jasmine which blooms in June and July. But the scent bottle found in her room, and which contained the dregs of quinine, had originally contained jasmine scent. I take it as certain, then, that Mrs. Crail decided to steal the quinine and surreptitiously emptied out the scent from a bottle she had in her bag. I tested that a second time the other day, when I asked Mr. Blake to shut his eyes and try and remember the order of leaving the room. A whiff of jasmine scent stimulated his memory immediately. We are all more influenced by smell than we know. So we come to the morning of the fatal day. So far, the facts are not in dispute. Miss Greer's sudden revealing of the fact that she and Mr. Crail contemplate marriage. Amyas Crail's confirmation of that, and Caroline Crail's deep distress. None of these things depend on the evidence of one witness only. On the following morning, there is a scene between husband and wife in the library. The first thing that is overheard is Caroline Crail saying, "You and your women," in a bitter voice, and finally going on to say, "Someday, I'll kill you." Philip Blake overheard this from the hall, and Miss Greer overheard it from the terrace outside. She then heard Mr. Crail ask his wife to be reasonable, and she heard Mrs. Crail say, "Sooner than let you go to that girl, I'll kill you." Soon after this, Amyas Crail comes out and brusquely tells Elsa Greer to come down and pose for him. She gets a pullover and accompanies him. There is nothing so far that seems psychologically incorrect. Everyone has behaved as they might be expected to behave. But we come now to something that is incongruous. Meredith Blake discovers his loss, telephones his brother. They meet down at the landing stage and they come up past the Battery Garden, where Caroline Crail is having a discussion with her husband on the subject of Angela's going to school. Now that does strike me as very odd. Husband and wife have a terrific scene, ending in a distinct threat on Caroline's part. And yet, 20 minutes or so later, she goes down and starts a trivial domestic argument. Poirot turned to Meredith Blake. You speak in your narrative of certain words you overheard Crail say. These were, "It's all settled. I'll see to her packing." That is right, Meredith Blake said. It was something like that, yes. Poirot turned to Philip Blake. Is your recollection the same? The latter frowned. I didn't remember it till you say so, but I do remember now. Something was said about packing, said by Mr. Crail, not Mrs. Crail. Amyas said it. All I heard Caroline say was something about its being very hard on the girl. Anyway, what does all this matter? We all know Angela was off to school in a day or two. Poirot said, You do not see the force of my objection. Why should Amyas Crail pack for the girl? It is absurd. That there was Mrs. Crail, there was Miss Williams, there was a housemaid. It is a woman's job to pack, not a man's, Philip Blake said impatiently. What does it matter? It's nothing to do with the crime. You think not. For me, it was the first point that struck me as suggestive, and it is immediately followed by another. Mrs. Crail, a desperate woman, broken-hearted, who has threatened her husband a short while before, and who is certainly contemplating either suicide or murder, now offers, in the most amicable manner, to bring her husband down some iced beer. Meredith Blake said slowly, That isn't odd if she was contemplating murder. Then, surely, it is just what she would do. Dissimulate. You think so? She has decided to poison her husband. She has already got the poison. Her husband keeps a supply of beer down in the Battery Garden. Surely, if she has any intelligence at all, she will put the poison in one of those bottles at a moment when there is no one about. Meredith Blake objected. She couldn't have done that. Somebody else might have drunk it. Yes. Elsa Greer. Do you tell me that having made up her mind to murder her husband, Caroline Crail would have scruples against killing the girl too? But let us not argue the point. Let us confine ourselves to facts. Caroline Crail says she will send her husband down some iced beer. She goes up to the house, fetches a bottle from the conservatory, where it was kept, and takes it down to him. She pours it out and gives it to him. Amyas Crail drinks it off and says, Everything tastes foul today. Mrs. Crail goes up again to the house. She has lunch and appears much as usual. It has been said of her that she looks a little worried and preoccupied. That does not help us, for there is no criterion of behavior for a murderer. There are calm murderers and excited murderers. After lunch, she goes down again to the Battery. She discovers her husband dead and does, shall we say, the obviously expected things. She registers emotion, and she sends the governess to telephone for a doctor. We now come to a fact which has previously not been known. He looked at Miss Williams. You do not object. Miss Williams was rather pale. She said I did not pledge you to secrecy, quietly, but with telling effect. Poirot recounted what the governess had seen. Elsa Didisham moved her position. She stared at the drab little woman in the big chair. She said incredibly, "You actually saw her do that." Philip Blake sprang up. "But that settles it," he shouted. "That settles it once and for all." Hercule Poirot looked at him mildly. He said, "Not necessarily." Angela Warren said sharply, "I don't believe it." There was a quick, hostile glint in the glance she shot at the little governess. Meredith Blake was pulling at his mustache, his face dismayed, alone. Miss Williams remained undisturbed. She sat very upright, and there was a spot of color in each cheek. She said, "That is what I saw." Poirot said slowly, "There is, of course, only your word for it. There is only my word for it." The indomitable gray eyes met his. "I am not accustomed, Mr. Poirot, to having my word doubted." Hercule Poirot bowed his head. He said, "I do not doubt your word." Miss Williams, what you saw took place exactly as you say it did, and because of what you saw, I realized that Caroline Crail was not guilty, could not possibly be guilty. For the first time, that tall, anxious-faced young man, John Rattery, spoke. He said, "I'd be interested to know why you say that, Mr. Poirot." Poirot turned to him. "Certainly. I will tell you." What did Miss Williams see? She saw Caroline Crail very carefully and anxiously wiping off fingerprints and subsequently imposing her dead husband's fingerprints on the beer bottle. On the beer bottle, Mark. But the quinine was in the glass, not in the bottle. The police found no traces of quinine in the bottle. There had never been any quinine in the bottle. And Caroline Crail didn't know that. She who is supposed to have poisoned her husband didn't know how he had been poisoned. She thought the poison was in the bottle. Meredith objected. But why? Poirot interrupted him in a flash. Yes, why? Why did Caroline Crail try so desperately to establish the theory of suicide? The answer must be quite simple. Because she knew who had poisoned him, and she was willing to do anything, endure anything, rather than let that person be suspected. There is not far to go now. Who could that person be? Would she have shielded Philip Blake, or Meredith, or Elsa Greer, or Cecilia Williams? No, there is only one person whom she would be willing to protect at all costs. He paused. Miss Warren, if you have brought your sister's last letter with you, I should like to read it aloud. Angela. Warren said, "No, but Miss Warren." Angela got up. Her voice rang out, cold as steel. "I realize very well what you are suggesting. You are saying, are you not, that I killed Amyas Crail and that my sister knew it? I deny that allegation utterly." Poirot said, "The letter. That letter was meant for my eyes alone." Poirot looked to where the two youngest people in the room stood together. Carla, Lemarquant said, "Please, Aunt Angela, won't you do as Mr. Poirot asks, Angela?" Warren said bitterly, "Really, Carla, have you no sense of decency? She was your mother, you." Carla's voice rang out clear and fierce. Yes, she was my mother. That's why I've a right to ask you. I'm speaking for her. I want that letter read. Slowly, Angela Warren took out the letter from her bag and handed it to Poirot. She said bitterly, I wish I had never shown it to you. Turning away from them, she stood looking out of the window. As Hercule Poirot read aloud Caroline Crail's last letter, the shadows were deepening in the corners of the room. Carla had a sudden feeling of someone in the room, gathering shape, listening, breathing, waiting. She thought, she's here, my mother's here. Caroline. Caroline. Crail is here in this room. Hercule Poirot's voice ceased. He said, you will all agree. I think that is a very remarkable letter, a beautiful letter, too, but certainly remarkable. For there is one striking omission in it. It contains no protestation of innocence. Angela Warren said, without turning her head, that was unnecessary. Yes, Miss Warren, it was unnecessary. Caroline Crail had no need to tell her sister that she was innocent, because she thought her sister knew that fact, already knew it for the best of all reasons. All Caroline Crail was concerned about was to comfort and reassure and to avert the possibility of a confession from Angela. She reiterates again and again, it's all right, darling, it's all right. Angela, Warren said, can't you understand? She wanted me to be happy, that's all. Yes, she wanted you to be happy. That is abundantly clear. It is her one preoccupation. She has a child, but it is not that child of whom she is thinking that is to come later. No, it is her sister who occupies her mind to the exclusion of everything else. Her sister must be reassured, must be encouraged to live her life, to be happy and successful, and so that the burden of acceptance may not be too great. Caroline includes that one very significant phrase, one must pay one's debts. That one phrase explains everything. It refers explicitly to the burden that Caroline has carried for so many years ever since. In a fit of uncontrolled, adolescent rage, she hurled a paperweight at her baby sister and injured that sister for life. Now, at last, she has the opportunity to pay the debt she owes. And if it is any consolation, I will say to you all that I earnestly believe that in the payment of that debt, Caroline Crail did achieve a peace and serenity greater than any she had ever known. Because of her belief that she was paying that debt, the ordeal of trial and condemnation could not touch her. It is a strange thing to say of a condemned murderess, but she had everything to make her happy. Yes, more than you imagine. As I will show you presently. See how. By this explanation, everything falls into its place where Caroline's own reactions are concerned. Look at the series of events from her point of view. To begin with, on the preceding evening, an event occurs which reminds her forcibly of her own undisciplined girlhood. Angela throws a paperweight at Amyas Crail. That, remember, is what she herself did many years ago. Angela shouts out that she wishes Amyas was dead. Then, on the next morning, Caroline comes into the little conservatory and finds Angela tampering with the beer. Remember Miss Williams's words. Angela was there. She looked guilty. Guilty of playing truant was what Miss Williams meant. But to Caroline, Angela's guilty face, as she was caught unawares, would have a different meaning. Remember that on at least one occasion before Angela had put things in Amyas's drink. It was an idea which might readily occur to her. Caroline takes the bottle that Angela gives her and goes down with it to the battery. And there she pours it out and gives it to Amyas. And he makes a face as he tosses it off and utters those significant words, "Everything tastes foul today." Caroline has no suspicions then, but after lunch she goes down to the battery and finds her husband dead, and she has no doubt at all but that he has been poisoned. She had not done it. Who, then, has? And the whole thing comes over her with a rush. Angela's threats. Angela's face stooping over the beer and caught unawares. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Why has the child done it? As a revenge on Amyas. Perhaps not meaning to kill, just to make him ill or sick. Or has she done it for her? Caroline's sake. Has she realized and resented Amyas's desertion of her sister? Caroline remembers, oh, so well her own undisciplined, violent emotions at Angela's age. And only one thought springs to her mind. How can she protect Angela? Angela handled that bottle. Angela's fingerprints will be on it. She quickly wipes it and polishes it. If only everybody can be got to believe it is suicide. If Amyas's fingerprints are the only ones found. She tries to fit his dead fingers round the bottle, working desperately, listening for someone to come. Once, take that assumption as true, and everything from then on fits in. Her anxiety about Angela all along. Her insistence on getting her away. Keeping her out of touch with what was going on. Her fear of Angela's being questioned unduly by the police. Finally, her overwhelming anxiety to get Angela out of England before the trial comes on, because she is always terrified that Angela might break down and confess. Or truth. Slowly, Angela Warren swung round. Her eyes, hard and contemptuous, ranged over the faces turned towards her. She said, "You're blind fools, all of you. Don't you know that if I had done it, I would have confessed I'd never have let Caroline suffer for what I'd done?" "Never," Poirot said. "But you did tamper with the beer. I tamper with the beer." Poirot turned to Meredith Blake. "Listen, Monsieur, in your account here of what happened, you describe having heard sounds in this room, which is below your bedroom, on the morning of the crime." Blake nodded. "But it was only a cat." "How do you know it was a cat?" I can't remember. But it was a cat. I am quite sure it was a cat. The window was open just wide enough for a cat to get through. But it was not fixed in that position. The sash moves freely. It could have been pushed up, and a human being could have got in and out. Yes, but I know it was a cat. You did not see a cat. Blake said perplexedly and slowly, "No, I did not see it." He paused, frowning. "And yet, I know. I will tell you why. You know presently. In the meantime, I put this point to you. Someone could have come up to the house that morning, have got into your laboratory, taken something from the shelf, and gone again, without your seeing them. Now, if that someone had come over from Alderbury, it could not have been Philip Blake, nor Elsa Greer, nor Amyas Crail, nor Caroline Crail. We know quite well what all those four were doing. That leaves Angela Warren and Miss Williams. Miss Williams was over here. You actually met her as you went out. She told you then that she was looking for Angela. Angela had gone bathing early, but Miss Williams did not see her in the water, nor anywhere on the rocks. She could swim across to this side easily. In fact, she did so later in the morning when she was bathing with Philip Blake. I suggest that she swam across here, came up to the house, got in through the window, and took something from the shelf. Angela. Warren said I did nothing of the kind. Not, at least Poirot gave a yelp of triumph. You have remembered. You told me, did you not, that to play a malicious joke on Amyas Creole, you pinched some of what you called the cat stuff. That is how you put it, Meredith, Blake said sharply. Valerian? Of course. Exactly. That is what made you sure in your mind that it was a cat who had been in the room. Your nose is very sensitive. You smelled the faint, unpleasant odor of valerian without knowing. Perhaps that you did so, but it suggested to your subconscious mind, cat. Cats love valerian and will go anywhere for it. Valerian is particularly nasty to taste, and it was your account of it the day before which made mischievous Miss Angela plan to put some in her brother-in-law's beer, which she knew he always tossed down his throat in a draught. Angela Warren said wonderingly, Was it really that day? I remember taking it perfectly. Yes, and I remember getting out the beer and Caroline coming in and nearly catching me. Of course I remember, but I've never connected it with that particular day. Of course not, because there was no connection in your mind. The two events were entirely dissimilar to you. One was on a par with other mischievous pranks. The other was a bombshell of tragedy arriving without warning and succeeding in banishing all lesser incidents from your mind. But me, I noticed when you spoke of it that you said, I pinched, etc., etc., to put it in Amyas's drink. You did not say you had actually done so. No, because I never did. Caroline came in just when I was unscrewing the bottle. Oh, it was a cry. And Caroline thought she thought it was me. She stopped. She looked round. She said quietly in her usual cool tones, I suppose you all think so, too. She paused, and then said, I didn't kill Amyas, not as the result of a malicious joke, nor in any other way. If I had, I would never have kept silence, Miss Williams said sharply. Of course you wouldn't, my dear. She looked at Hercule Poirot. Nobody but a fool would think so. Hercule Poirot said mildly, I am not a fool, and I do not think so. I know quite well who killed Amyas Creole. He paused. There is always a danger of accepting facts as proved which are really nothing of the kind. Let us take the situation at Alderbury, a very old situation. 2 women and 1 man. We have taken it for granted that Amyas Creole proposed to leave his wife for the other woman. But I suggest to you now that he never intended to do anything of the kind. He had had infatuations for women before. They obsessed him while they lasted, but they were soon over. The women he had fallen in love with were usually women of a certain experience. They did not expect too much of him. But this time the woman did. She was not, you see, a woman at all. She was a girl. And in Caroline Creole's words, she was terribly sincere. She may have been hard-boiled and sophisticated in speech, but in love, she was frighteningly single-minded, because she herself had a deep an overmastering passion for Amyas Creole. She assumed that he had the same for her. She assumed, without any question, that their passion was for life. She assumed without asking him that he was going to leave his wife. But why? You will say, did Amyas Creole not undeceive her? And my answer is the picture. He wanted to finish his picture. To some people that sounds incredible, but not to anybody who knows about artists. And we have already accepted that explanation in principle. That conversation between Creole and Meredith Blake is more intelligible now. Creole is embarrassed, pats Blake on the back, assures him optimistically the whole thing is going to pan out all right. To Amyas Creole, you see, everything is simple. He is painting a picture, slightly encumbered by what he describes as a couple of jealous, neurotic women, but neither of them is going to be allowed to interfere with what to him is the most important thing in life. If he were to tell Elsa the truth, it would be all up with the picture. Perhaps in the first flush of his feelings for her, he did talk about leaving Caroline. Men do say these things when they are in love. Perhaps he merely let it be assumed, as he is letting it be assumed now. He doesn't care what Elsa assumes. Let her think what she likes. Anything to keep her quiet for another day or two. Then he will tell her the truth that things between them are over. He has never been a man to be troubled with scruples. He did, I think, make an effort not to get embroiled with Elsa to begin with. He warned her what kind of a man he was, but she would not take warning. She rushed on her fate, and to a man like Creole, women were fair game. If you had asked him, he would have said easily that Elsa was young. She'd soon get over it. That was the way Amyas Creole's mind worked. His wife was actually the only person he cared about at all. He wasn't worrying much about her. She'd only got to put up with things for a few days longer. He was furious with Elsa for blurting out things to Caroline, but he still optimistically thought it would be all right. Caroline would forgive him, as she had done so often before. And Elsa would just have to lump it. So simple are the problems of life to a man like Amyas Creole. But I think that last evening he became really worried. About Caroline, not about Elsa. Perhaps he went to her room, and she refused to speak with him. At any rate, after a restless night, he took her aside after breakfast and blurted out the truth. He had been infatuated with Elsa, but it was all over. Once he'd finished the picture, he'd never see her again. And it was in answer to that Caroline Creole cried out indignantly, "You and your women," that phrase. You see, put Elsa in a class with others, those others who had gone their way. And she added indignantly, "Someday I'll kill you." She was angry, revolted by his callousness and by his cruelty to the girl. When Philip Blake saw her in the hall and heard her murmur to herself, "It's too cruel," it was of Elsa she was thinking. As for Creole, he came out of the library, found Elsa with Philip Blake, and brusquely ordered her down to go on with the sitting. What he did not know was that Elsa Greer had been sitting just outside the library window and had overheard everything. And the account she gave later of that conversation was not the true one. There is only her word for it. Remember. Imagine the shock it must have been to her to hear the truth. Brutally spoken. On the previous afternoon, Meredith Blake has told us that whilst he was waiting for Caroline to leave this room, he was standing in the doorway with his back to the room. He was talking to Elsa Greer. That means that she would have been facing him and that she could see exactly what Caroline was doing over his shoulder, and that she was the only person who could do so. She saw Caroline take that poison. She said nothing, but she remembered it as she sat outside the library window. When Amyas Crale came out, she made the excuse of wanting a pullover and went up to Caroline Crale's room to look for that poison. Women know where other women are likely to hide things. She found it, and being careful not to obliterate any fingerprints or to leave her own, she drew off the fluid into a fountain pen filler. Then she came down again and went off with Crale to the Battery Garden. And presently, no doubt, she poured him out some beer and he tossed it down in his usual way. Meanwhile, Caroline Crale was seriously disturbed. When she saw Elsa come up to the house this time, really to fetch a pullover, Caroline slipped quickly down to the Battery Garden and tackled her husband. What he is doing is shameful. She won't stand for it. It's unbelievably cruel and hard on the girl. Amyas, irritable at being interrupted, says it's all settled. When the picture is done, he'll send the girl packing. It's all settled. I'll send her packing, I tell you. And then they hear the footsteps of the two Blakes. And Caroline comes out and, slightly embarrassed, murmurs something about Angela and school and having a lot to do. And by a natural association of ideas, the two men judge the conversation they have overheard refers to Angela, and I'll send her packing becomes I'll see to her packing. And Elsa, pullover in hand, comes down the path, cool and smiling, and takes up the pose once more. She has counted, no doubt, upon Caroline's being suspected and the conine bottle being found in her room, but Caroline now plays into her hands completely. She brings down some iced beer and pours it out for her husband. Amyas tosses it off, making a face, and says, "Everything tastes foul today." Do you not see how significant that remark is? Everything tastes foul. Then there has been something else before, that beer that has tasted unpleasant, and the taste of which is still in his mouth. And one other point. Philip Blake speaks of Crale staggering a little and wonders if he has been drinking. But that slight stagger was the first sign of the conine working, and that means that it had already been administered to him some time before Caroline brought him the iced bottle of beer. And so Elsa Greer sat on the gray wall and posed, and, since she must keep him from suspecting until it was too late, she talked to Amyas Crale brightly and naturally. Presently, she saw Meredith on the bench above and waved her hand to him and acted her part even more thoroughly for his behalf. And Amyas Crale, a man who detested illness and refused to give in to it, painted doggedly on till his limbs failed and his speech thickened. And he sprawled there on that bench, helpless, but with his mind still clear. The bell sounded from the house, and Meredith left the bench to come down to the Battery. I think in that brief moment, Elsa left her place and ran across to the table and dropped the last few drops of the poison into the beer glass that held that last innocent drink. She got rid of the dropper on the path up to the house, crushing it to powder. Then she met Meredith in the doorway. There is a glare there, coming in out of the shadows. Meredith did not see very clearly, only his friend sprawled in a familiar position, and saw his eyes turn from the picture in what he described as a malevolent glare. How much did Amyas know, or guess? How much his conscious mind knew? We cannot tell. But his hand and his eye were faithful. Hercule Poirot gestured towards the picture on the wall. I should have known when I first saw that picture, for it is a very remarkable picture. It is the picture of a murderess painted by her victim. It is the picture of a girl watching her lover die. 5. Aftermath. In the silence that followed a horrified, appalled silence, the sunset slowly flickered away. The last gleam left the window where it had rested on the dark head and pale furs of the woman sitting there. Elsa Dittisham moved and spoke. She said, "Take them away, Meredith. Leave me with Mr. Poirot." She sat there motionless until the door shut behind them. Then she said, "You are very clever, aren't you?" Poirot did not answer. She said, "What do you expect me to do? Confess." He shook his head. Elsa said, "Because I shall do nothing of the kind, and I shall admit nothing. But what we say here, together, does not matter, because it is only a question of your word against mine." "Exactly. I want to know what you are going to do." Hercule Poirot said, "I shall do everything I can to induce the authorities to grant a posthumous free pardon to Caroline Crail." Elsa laughed. She said, "How absurd to be given a free pardon for something you didn't do." Then she said, "What about me? I shall lay my conclusion before the necessary people. If they decide there is the possibility of making out a case against you, then they may act. I will tell you, in my opinion, there is not sufficient evidence. There are only inferences, not facts. Moreover, they will not be anxious to proceed against anyone in your position, unless there is ample justification for such a course." Elsa said I shouldn't care. If I were standing in the dock, fighting for my life, there might be something in that something alive exciting. I might enjoy it. Your husband would not. She stared at him. "Do you think I care in the least what my husband would feel?" "No. I do not. I do not think you have ever in your life cared about what any other person would feel. If you had, you might be happier." She said sharply, "Why are you sorry for me? Because, my child, you have so much to learn." "What have I got to learn?" "All the grown-up emotions. Pity, sympathy, understanding. The only things you know, have ever known, are love and hate." Elsa said, "I saw Caroline take the quinine. I thought she meant to kill herself. That would have simplified things. And then, the next morning, I found out. He told her that he didn't care a button about me. He had cared. But it was all over. Once he'd finished the picture, he'd send me packing. She'd nothing to worry about, he said, and she was sorry for me. Do you understand what that did to me? I found the stuff, and I gave it to him, and I sat there watching him die. I've never felt so alive, so exultant, so full of power. I watched him die." She flung out her hands. I didn't understand that I was killing myself, not him. Afterwards, I saw her caught in a trap, and that was no good either. I couldn't hurt her. She didn't care. She escaped from it all. Half the time she wasn't there. She and Ammius both escaped. They went somewhere where I couldn't get at them. But they didn't die. I died. Elsa Dittisham got up. She went across to the door. She said again, "I died." In the hall, she passed two young people whose life together was just beginning. The chauffeur held open the door of the car. Lady Didisham got in, and the chauffeur wrapped the fur rug round her knees. "And back right, Jerry,"